faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory
My name is Gerald Hampton. I'm the chairman of the KLCT Board of Directors, and I want to say Happy Juneteenth to everyone. Now, perhaps some of you are asking, what exactly is Juneteenth? Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, and Celebration Day, is an American holiday celebrated annually that commemorates June 19, 1865, when Union Army General Gordon Granger read General Order Number 3 in Galveston, Texas, stating that all previous slaves in Texas were free. General Granger and 2,000 federal troops had arrived the day before to occupy Texas on behalf of the federal government. Remarkably, his freedom announcement was being communicated some 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, which formally ended slavery. The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This first sentence of the General Order Number 3 forever changed the lives of those former Texas slaves, and June 19th became a date widely celebrated to this day. Juneteenth celebrations began in 1866, initially as church-centered community gatherings, but celebratory activities quickly spread across the South and became more commercialized in the 1920s and 30s.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tasha Berner Horvath, and I'm honored to serve as your state assembly member for Encinitas, Carlsbad, Oceanside Vista, and Camp Pendleton. I want to thank the North San Diego NAACP for all their hard work in organizing this year's Juneteenth event. It's a shame we can't meet in person, but it is great that we can meet virtually. Technology is wonderful. Juneteenth is an important celebration that marks the end of slavery, but it was 2 years, as we all know, before those in Texas knew they were freed. And I liken that to the steady, ongoing progress that our country is making towards equality and equity. And, I once had a friend of mine was getting married decades ago, and her dad, they had a great marriage, and he sat me down and he said, you have to work hard every single day at a marriage. And, I was like 25 at the time. I was like, what is he talking about? He's like, you have to work hard every day at a marriage. And democracy is the same. We have to work hard every single day at our democracy. And we've seen that slowly and steadily we are moving towards greater equality, greater inclusion. And we are at a time in our country where we need to stand together and know that this is our calling. This is our way to put our country forward in that ever progressing time of being a more perfect union. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for all the work you do in the community. I'm glad to partner with you with all these things. I know Fernando Hernandez from my team's also on this webinar. So thank you so much. I want to wish you a great Juneteenth celebration, and hopefully we could do this next year in person. Thank you so much.
I'm Dr. Mustafa Santiago Ali.
I'm Lorenz Tate.
I'm Sheila E. Song.
I'm David Johns.
I'm Attorney Ben Crump.
I'm Karen Boykin Towns.
You have power.
The power of 5.
Right now, we need everyone to tap into their power.
Do you know 5 people who can help register new voters in your community?
Let us know who they are.
Together, we can fight for policies that respect and improve our communities.
You can be an advocate for democracy and social justice.
Help us change our country for the better with the power of 5.
Visit naacp.org or text POWER to 40649 for more information.
Voting, a word defined by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary as an expression of opinion or preference, a concept well known by all Americans as it should be, considering our many things about this country are decided by elections. We decide who the president will be. We decide who our judges will be. We decide who mayors and governors will be. All of these individuals are decided upon our vote. And if not, then those who we elect to positions, such as the current President of the United States, he has the opportunity to actually appoint judges. So either they're voted in or they're appointed in by those that we elect to the positions. Considering how much of our country's government revolves around voting in elections, would it make sense for Americans to make their opinions heard through the ballots? But unfortunately, so many people don't vote. So many people don't vote because they feel like their vote doesn't count. But your vote actually does count, especially in the local elections. So I actually have the pleasure and the benefit of teaching American government and politics to freshmen and sophomore level students. And this is the discussion that we have oftentimes in our class. It's about voting. And what can I do to motivate these 18 and 19-year-old students to get out and register and to actually vote and let their voices be heard? And many people do not vote because they feel that their vote doesn't count. So you have the electoral college and you have the popular vote, and that's at the president and the vice president level. But what I like to tell them is that most of the decisions that you make will be done at the local and the state level. And when you're voting at the local and the state level, every single vote counts. So if you have someone who is running for mayor, a mayoral vote could be decided by one vote. That election can be decided by one vote as to who would be the next mayor. Now that's an important decision that you'd have to make because the mayor is actually the ones who hire the police officers. And with so much that's going on in our community today with police brutality amongst the Black and brown community, it is important that we get the right mayor in place because they're the ones that's going to be electing or hiring the police chief. And so you want to make sure that your vote count so that your voice can be heard even in that manner. You know, I was talking to my students, and one of the things that they tell me is, Ms. Williams, I understand that you say that it's important to vote because people have died for our rights to vote, but they're so far disconnected, unfortunately, from what happened in the civil rights movement and even before that, to where they can't even connect with that. The only thing that they could see is right now. And one of the most troubling things that I heard from a student when I asked him, I asked the class, what can we do to get the young people motivated to go out and vote? One of the responses that I actually got back from a student was, well, perhaps if y'all offered us some free food, like a hot dog or a hamburger, we'll actually go out and cast a vote. And he was serious about it. But you have to remember, I'm teaching freshman and sophomore level students, so food insecurity is a real thing on these college campuses. And so, the class did have a discussion about that, and I talked to them about the importance of voting. I talked to them about, you know, using their voice, their vote is their voice, even at the college level and on the college campuses. And I also talked to them about one of the things I like to talk about, and I'll just share with you guys because this is what I share with the class. One of the things they ask is, well, Ms. Williams, how do we select who we should vote for judges? We get this piece of paper and it's a long list and it has all these judges on it, and we have no idea who to vote for the judicial system. And so one of the things that I like to teach my class, and I'll share with you, when it comes to voting for judges, you want to look and see who appointed that judge. Again, it is very important to vote at the local level and at the state level. So if you have a judge who was appointed by, since we're in California, I'll just say Arnold Schwarzenegger, the former governor of California. Arnold Schwarzenegger was a Republican. If you see that this judge in your research was appointed by Arnold Schwarzenegger, that means that chances are he was a Republican. Now, if your values line with Republicans, then vote for that judge. If your values do not line with Republicans, then do not vote to have that judge reelected. Same thing with former Governor Jari Brown, Democrat, California. If your values align with Democrat and that judge was appointed by former Governor Jari Brown, then you want to vote that judge in to be elected to office. because chances are with the judicial system, they're going to favor what you favor as a Republican or as a Democrat. So it is very important to vote in California. They have made it easy. You can actually go online and vote. The NAACP, we actually have voter registration cards, and we keep these in our offices at all times. So if you would like a voter registration card, our information is online, NSDC, NAACP, and you can go online and contact our office, and we can make sure that someone could get you a voter registration card. So we thank you for this opportunity, and I hope that you've learned something today about the importance of voting. Thank you so much.
My name is B. or Beatriz Palmer, and I'm the chair for the WIM, or the Women in the NAACP. And I just want to thank all of our panelists and our North County San Diego NAACP and our president, Satya Austin, for creating this virtual space for us to host our very important and historical event, our Juneteenth celebration. And I just want to read you a little bit about our win in the NAACP. Throughout history, Black women have made an important contribution to the race. As wives and mothers and teachers, we have accepted great responsibility. And this is a quote from Francie Dancy Hooks. And the mission of the WIN is to enhance the leadership role of women, to serve as advocacy vehicles for social, economic, political, educational, and health and welfare issues affecting women, girls, and children, and to support the policies of ongoing mission and vision of the NAACP. Welcome to our living room chats for women, mothers, and advocates. And so the first thing I like to do is I like to invite Ms. Inez Williams to open us up with a prayer and blessing for our panelists and for our discussion today. Inez?
I'm here. Thank you, B. If we may all bow on our heads. Father God, we just thank you for this time, God. We thank you for this opportunity to come together, oh God. God, we thank you even right now, oh God, for what you're yet doing. God, we thank you for healing our nation on today, oh God. God, we thank you for this platform for us to be able to come together and share our voices on today, oh God. God, we thank you for yet unifying your people on today, oh God. Oh God, we bless your name, God. We ask that you would look upon each and every panelist on today, oh God. Be with them even right now, God. Give them the words to say, oh God. Encourage everyone's heart that is on this call on today, oh God. We know that you are in charge, oh God. And we know, God, that you have the answer and that you are the answer for all things. God, we just ask this and other blessings in your son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Inez. And in this beautiful African custom, it is tradition to ask the elder in the room for permission to speak. And it is my honor and privilege to ask Miss Alma, do I have your permission to speak?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and so welcome to everyone. Rita Blumenstein, a very well-respected Yupik elder and healer, said that unless we unburden our hearts, we cannot think clearly. So I'd like for just us, before we dive into these very difficult questions, to just ground ourselves in breathing, as breathing seems to be a common thread across our nation and what's happening to our people. So I just take a minute to slow down and just focus on your breathing and think about your heartbeat. If you are safe and able to, I invite you to close your eyes and take a deep breath and then exhale. Imagine your deep breaths being a sweet offering to something much greater than us. Some people call this grounding oneself. I call it a prayer to my Heavenly Father. Others call it just being. Keep breathing, and as you breathe in and out, imagine our hearts. Focus on your heartbeat. Imagine our hearts beating in unity for those hearts who are no longer beating, and for those whose breaths are no longer present. And we'll take just 1 minute to focus on the memory of those brothers and sisters who've lost their lives due to racism and police brutality. And we offer a prayer, thought of peace to their loved ones. So we'll start our minute now. Thank you. You know, as I reflect on that minute, it seems like a long time, and I think it puts in perspective the 9 minutes that George Floyd had to endure. So I wanted to share that with you. So we've heard the stories of our people experiencing some atrocious acts of hate. And whether it be through the news or social media, there is one particular story that has summoned all of us women here today as mothers and advocates. And whether you saw the traumatic video or you heard it through someone else, as George Floyd took his last breath, he called on his dear mama, who wasn't even alive at the moment, who no longer lived. It was at that moment that his voice summoned all of the women and mothers. Ms. Karen Bickham, our NAACP education chair, a retired educator, taught math for middle school and high school kids, trained educators, is a mother and a grandmother, has prepared a few words she would like to share with us. Karen?
Thank you, Bea. Mothers. Mothers are our source of life, love, inspiration, encouragement, nourishment, and light, doing God's work on earth. Mothers are not just the biological women who gave us birth. Mothers are the nurturers, the protectors, the comforters, the fighters, giving unconditional love and guidance. They are the special someones in our corner who sees our immense potential and worth, and who helps us to see it too. When Mr. George Floyd cried out for his mother, Mama, as he lay dying, our hearts broke and our souls burst. It pained us, it enraged us. It awakened our consciousness and united the call for justice through the passion and actions of this nation and throughout the world to fight racial injustices and incidents of police brutality. Mothers and families left in inconsolable pain. Their pain lives on in history, as does their strength. Sabrina Fulton, mother of Trayvon Martin. Samaria Rice, mother of Tamir Rice. Wanda Cooper Jones, mother of Ahmaud Arbery. Tamika Palmer, mother of Breonna Taylor. Wynn Carr, mother of Eric Gardner. Roxy Washington, mother of George Floyd's daughter. Tamika Miller, mother of Rashard Brooks and the mother of his children. I'm sorry, Tamika Miller, wife of Rashard Brooks and the mother of his children. Mother's painful Mother's pain fuel action. George Floyd's death demands the ban on cardiac restraints, chokeholds, and knee on the neck of anyone under police detention. The Black Lives Matter movement further calls to defund the police, restructuring funds to social, behavioral health organizations, and programs to help and rehabilitate those in need. Gwen Carr, the mother of Eric Gardner, has this message to all of us. We have to get out there on the streets, in the voting booths, in our nation's capitals, and in Washington, D.C., in our state capitals, before some issue affects us. Because democracy demands active involvement of all citizens. Thank you, Bea, for giving me this moment to share this.
You're welcome. We're all in this together. Thank you, Karen. You know, as a mother, those words mean so much. Thank you. And now we get to the special part of our presentation where I get to introduce our panel. And before we do that, I'd also like to introduce our president of the North San Diego County NAACP, Ms. Satya Austin. Would you like to say anything, Satya?
Thank you, Bea. I want to first thank the panelists for being on here today, and I want to thank the viewers here. It's a special moment that we get to share, not only to acknowledge the Juneteenth celebration, the 155th Juneteenth celebration, but to be able to be advocates right here today, because somebody watching may need to hear this. Somebody is out there as a mother, as a woman, wanting to speak their voice. And I think today the representation we have here is just to speak their voice for them. And so we do have a lot of work to be done. And as we continue to see the violence transpiring in our community, I think that from here, we can get a gist of where we go from now. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. And for all of you that are watching as the audience, I want to encourage you, if you have any questions for the panelists, go ahead and put them in the Facebook comment, or if you are on the Zoom link, you can add those to your chat. I do have someone from the team that will be moderating those questions. And you'll also have an opportunity to give your feedback. So we encourage you to participate when we get to that point. So it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you this group of extraordinary women, mothers, and advocates right from our community. And they're here today to share their truths, because it is said that your truth is your greatest story. And today we have Rachel Carmichael, Khadijah Abdul, Dr. Wendy Stewart, Miss Alma Smith, Xiomara Arroyo, and Rashana Williams. And as I call your name again, please feel free to introduce yourself. We have about 30 seconds to a minute for the introductions. And we'd like for you to share the name, your name, any organization that you are representing or are affiliated with. And then what is your greatest role as a woman? And in one word, what would you say is the one word that explains who you are and why? And perhaps one influential woman who inspires you. And I'll start with Alma Smith.
Can you hear me? I've had to make some adjustments on my computer.
You're good. Yeah.
Okay. You know, I want to be honest with you. When I was coming up, of course, I did hear the names of women that were kind of historical figures, like Sojourner Truth, for example, and many others, the suffragettes. But for me, I am inspired by many women. And I used to hesitate to say, not to say just one woman, but I don't hesitate anymore, because there are many women. And I think that's the problem for us, is that we don't know. We don't hear enough about the many women that are inspirations to us. I could name some that, of course, we're all familiar with: Oprah, Susan Rice, Michelle, particularly in contemporary times. But I'm also inspired, and I want to share this with you. I'm inspired by a young 18-year-older who I just heard her words in the San Diego Tribune last Sunday. She was one of 10 Black voices, and I'm going to name her name because it's here, so I don't think she'll be offended. Jaylene Kennedy. Jaylene Kennedy. Let's keep her in our eyes and prize. And what she wrote about, let me tell you what Black people face daily, was absolutely the most empowering, well-written thing I've seen or heard, and she had it spot on. So for me, there are many.
Thank you. Thank you, Alma. Next, I'd like to invite Rachel Carmichael.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rachel Carmichael, and I am a service member, active duty service member, actually, and currently the mother of a bubbly, happy 4-month-old. And I think when I got the question and I was asked to come on here, he was actually the reason why I decided that I needed to be here, just to kind of be here as a new mother that's going through the times that we're going through right now, with the hopes that things can change for him in the future and be better for him in the future. And with that, I feel like the one word that I think would describe myself would be resilient. I think that is a very strong word, because there's so many times in life that we're put down, but it's us being able to bounce back and come back. That's the most important. So that's what I find as being this point, is being resilient. And I just thank you for inviting me to be here this morning.
Thank you, Rachel. And next, I'd like to invite Rashana.
Hi everyone, my name is Rashana Williams. I'm the California-Hawaii State Youth and College Division President, and I'm also an educator. I'm a high school science teacher. And I'll just say, I'll answer one of the questions. I'll go with the most inspirational woman in my life. Definitely would have to be my mother. She's just shown me, oh, you don't have to wave. She's just shown me what it really means to just be an educated Black woman, a woman of God, an amazing wife, mother. She's always cultivated all of my goals, all of my dreams. So she is definitely my inspiration. Thank you for having me on the panel today as well.
Thank you, Rashana. And for me, it's even extra special to introduce Dr. Wendy Stewart.
Almost afternoon. My name's Wendy Stewart. I'm just blessed to be in this space. I work as the Dean of Counseling and Student Development at Maricosta College. I'm a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, the San Diego Alumni Chapter, and a proud member of North San Diego NAACP. I'm also, with my husband, the founder of the Lucky Box Project, which works in partnership with Operation Hope to provide brand new supplies for families transitioning out of homelessness. And I am the mother of a 7-year-old that I'm praying will be kept busy with the snacks and cartoons that I have set him up with upstairs. And that, I think, like Rachel was saying, is the reason that I'm here. That's probably one of the most powerful roles. You don't even know it until you become a mother, how incredibly powerful it is. That's also the person that, without hesitation, is the most influential person in my life, is my mom. Not just because she's an amazing mother, but because she was fearless in doing everything else. So she wasn't just a mother, she was out in the community. She practices self-care without hesitation. She speaks her mind. She's forthright. And so she just poured into me everything that I feel like I strive to be, which is not just one role, but to really reach for every role that I'm interested in, and knowing that I can balance all of that. So thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. And next is Xiomara.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's such an honor and pleasure to be here with all you powerful women and everyone listening in. I am just so grateful for the opportunity and to continue to have such a rich dialogue on such an important topic. My name is Xiomara Arroyo. I've worked in the financial services industry for the last 15 years. I currently work in corporate philanthropy in San Diego for Wells Fargo. And personally, I am a mother. I'm a mother to 3 little girls. My oldest is 7, and I have twin 5-year-olds as well. And they are my reason, my why. You know, I believe this topic is so important. I think that when I think of a word that describes, you know, who I am, it's courage. I think that I have a quote actually by my bed that says, you know, courage is being scared to death, but saddling up anyway. You know, there's not a lack of fear in life, but I think the option is not to turn away, but to rather go towards it for me. And I get that from my mother, absolutely. I know it might sound cliche, all of us talking about our mothers, but I often will ask myself, you know, how will my mother handle this situation? Because she's been so resilient. She's a Black woman and grew up very poor and taught us that education will open so many doors for you. And so I often find myself finding that courage through some of her life challenges and experiences, and I know that it makes me that much stronger. So again, grateful to be a part of this dialogue today. Thank you.
Thank you, Xiomara. And next is Khadija.
Hi, everyone. My name is Khadija. I represent a few organizations. The first one being Youth Will as a resource ambassador, Borderlands for Equity on the Student Advisory Board, as well as MSA West for the incoming Advocacy Initiatives Director. My greatest role as a woman, I feel like as I'm transferring, so as I continue throughout the world, I'll be able to define it, but I would say for now is as a community organizer and making sure that I have my community backed up as I continue to be in it and, you know, represent it whenever I can. One word that explains me, I would say, is empathy, because I feel like without it, I would not be able to be as prideful in my community and work for it as I am. And then one influential woman who inspires me would definitely be my mom, because she's always there, like at my different events and whatnot, and always supporting me. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. So now that the audience has heard a little bit of who you are and what drives you and motivates you, we're going to move on to some of the most serious questions. And so I'm going to open this particular first question up to anyone. If you either raise your hand visually or you use your little button down there, and it'll show me, you know, that you have your hand up, or just visually. So the first question is, how has the ongoing killings and police brutality and racist incidents against our Black and Brown community, especially the last 3 murders, have affected you as a woman, a mother, and an advocate? And I'm referring to the murders of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd. And who would like to address that? And I realize these are heavy questions, so I thank you for your vulnerability and authenticity in these truths. Dr. Stewart?
It's emotional. It's hard to put into words. The impact, I think, as like an educator and an advocate and a community activist, it fires me up, and what makes me want to walk out the door and, you know, speak the truth and make an impact on my community. As a mother, quite honestly, it makes me want to close the door and hold my son and protect him and insulate him in some ways. My son's 7, and it's as a Black mother, it's a balance between protecting their childhood and the wonder and the lack, you know, there's nothing for you to stress about. I just want you to play and have fun and be you. and balancing that with the realities of the world that they're living in, even at 7. And I know that my son, whether he's aware of it or not, is going to be faced with these issues. And, you know, as the death of George Floyd brought to light the experience of Black Americans that I've always experienced, right? George Floyd was a catalyst for people to be aware of it. I have to be brave and have those conversations and continue to try to balance that. But, you know, 7's not too young to have the conversation about what is happening in the world and the world that he lives in. But I'm so protective of his childhood too, because I know what he's going to face as a Black man in this country. I would love to say that by the time he reaches my age, that the same issues that my mother experienced when she was my age, that's not going to be reaped upon the next generation. But to be honest, I don't know. I don't know that we're going to be able to fix this issue of systemic white supremacy in this country by the time that he's my age. I'm hopeful. So I try to still protect his childhood. I still try to give those opportunities for him to be insulated. But I know that we have to have those conversations. You can't go play with the Nerf gun in the front of the house. So there's these rules that exist that we have around him. You can't walk out without a parent. You know, we need to know when people are asking you certain types of questions or people are saying certain things about you at school. So it's that balance that is very tough. As a Black mother, you're wearing all these different hats.
Thank you, Wendy. Alma?
Yes, thank you. And I apologize earlier. I was just getting in from church, so I was rushing to get onto line with you. So I didn't get a chance to really mention the organizations I'm with, but I won't I'll come back to that if you don't mind, because I do want to speak to this issue and I hope I can do it without too much emotion. You're absolutely right, Wendy. It is very emotional. But I have to tell you that I have been sitting some days with so much anger, and then other days with such fragility that I think I could almost fall apart. And that is because I have a son that is 56 years old, and I still worry about him. In this day, in this age, I am still worried about him. Driving on the freeway, walking into a restaurant, and particularly in a mixed relationship as well. So to Wendy's point about worrying now and wondering whether it will be fixed by the time your son is 40, 50, 56. I don't feel that as a mother I should be worrying about that for a grown man. Look at that in terms of what we have already witnessed here. Grown men whose lives have been stripped away from them. I'm not confident. I'm not confident yet in let me just say it this way. I have hope. But hope also connotes that you still have to struggle. So I have hope, but I'm not optimistic. I'm not as optimistic as I feel we should be. At this point in the age of this country, I don't feel optimism. I have hope, but I'm not optimistic. I'm not optimistic because of what I've seen, not just from human to human. It's institutions. Racism has become institutionalized. So when you talk about systemic racism, yes, it has become institutionalized. No matter what steps forwards we get, we find a way to turn it around so that it's not there for us to take advantage of what we deserve to have.
Thank you, Alma. Thank you. Rachel? And you're muted, Rachel.
Yes, Miss Alma, I actually wanted to bring up, I know you said your son was in a mixed relationship. I'm currently in a mixed relationship as well. So, and what I found to be a struggle is my husband is terrified. He's worried. He revealed to me the other day that he actually keeps a picture of me in my glove compartment so that when I show our vehicle registration, like my name, because we have different last names, they can actually see like, hey, I am the owner of this vehicle. There's a picture of me in the vehicle, so I am also an owner. So not only am I worried about my son, but I'm also worried about my husband because he's terrified. He's doing extra things. I walk around my house and he has weapons strolled all over the place just because he's worried that somebody's going to come here and try to hurt us because they don't agree with our lifestyle because we're a mixed couple. And I found that to be very difficult and hard to deal with because not only am I going through things, and now I'm having to reveal to him, and he's starting to peel back the onion and see like what's really going on. Because when we first started in this relationship, this wasn't something that he really understood. And it was once we had our son, that's where he started to understand that he's brown skinned. And there is a chance that when he gets older, well, we know that he might be having to deal with these situations. So he's starting to, I think, be more enlightened and understand some of the things that were going on where before as it wasn't as obvious to him. So that's kind of like what I've been dealing with lately.
Thank you, Rachel. Is there anyone who wanted to share? Satya, did you want to share anything?
Yes, ma'am. For me, you know, as absolutely, I'm a mother of 3 Black boys. I have nephews that are closely around me. I have, you know, and they're of the young adult age. And so I have the transitions between the older and the younger, and they're very angry. So I have to deal with them in that and saying certain things, like you're saying, the rules that we talked about, like Wendy said, the rules, and having to implement that. But I don't want to implement fear, but it's like, you almost have to, because you want your children to come home at night. I can't stifle them and say, don't go to work, don't go to school, don't do whatever. My middle child walks to work in the morning, which is close by our house, but it's still dark roads between him going to work. And I have to worry about, is he going to make it home? Or do I need to get up and make sure I take him to work? Or, you know, I'm stifling that, his, you know, being a young adult. But it's necessary. And the one thing that bothers me, and you know, please don't misunderstand me. When I have people that mention the fact that, well, what are you guys doing about it? Or you know, what can we expect? My thing is, I've been Black all my life. My children have been Black all life. We don't need to get woke. We already been woke. We know what is going on. So anyone else that wants to come in and help, we welcome advocates. Not just people looking, we want advocates that's going to change this narrative for our children because they deserve to live just as yours does.
Thank you, Satya. Anyone else before I move on to the next set of questions? I know this is a heavy topic. Thank you, Khadija.
For me, when I didn't see the video of Ahmaud Arbery because I don't really like watching videos when it comes to stuff like that. And I really did think it was, because I'm on Instagram, obviously, and I thought it was really insensitive for folks to continue to share their video as well, because, you know, this is something that the Black community has seen growing up all the time. Like before I moved to San Diego, when I lived in LA, my community was overly policed. So a lot of incidents like this would happen all the time. They'd be rounding up folks like they did when it came to the Central Park 5. It's like that. A lot of folks don't believe that stuff is true, but it's like growing up seeing police storm into folks' house. It's kind of disappointing that like it's still happening like 13 years later, or 450 plus years of oppression in this nation. But specifically for me as like a community organizer, it's like what step should I take? And unfortunately there were folks in Oceanside who like planned protests and stuff, but my approach to it was sort of like educating the community on why this is an ongoing issue, and why now in quarantine, why is it time for us to, you know, step up and take action, why defunding the police is important, why demilitarizing the police is important, stuff like that. But honestly, as a Black person first, that was really difficult, including like when it came to Breonna Taylor, seeing that her name wasn't circulating a lot, and the hashtag say her name was to like, you know, make sure that her murderers are arrested as well. So that's just my whole feelings about it. It's just depressing. So yeah.
Would it be possible for me just to add one thing?
Yes, Sama.
And thank you, Khadija, because I was also thinking of the women. And it is horrific. I mean, that just shows how prevalent it is. I'm thinking about the little girl, or not the young girl in middle school, that we saw dragged out of a chair by a policeman in the classroom. And the one thing, Khadisha, when you say that it's difficult to watch, it is, because we know those things have happened. But I think the value of being able to see it over and over again for not one, but 2, 3, 10, 20, is what has led to the kind of diversity in the protests that we see today. Because I'm just saying, white fragility or white privilege or supremacists, they don't see it. And this has brought it front and center.
Thank you, Alma. And I'm mindful that as we move on to the next questions, this question will continue to linger on in our minds and for, you know, for days and months and years to come. So thank you for answering those questions. My next question, and I specifically outlined them for certain panelists, but if you're not feeling like answering that question, I'll open it up to the rest. So Khadija, we've heard the stories of racism and discrimination from parents, grandparents, and perhaps even great-grandparents or loved ones. Are there any particular stories that come to mind that are still happening now?
So I'm gonna go like 2 different approaches. I know for like my grandmother, she would be like 80-ish this year. Like in her 30s, 40s, they continue to do, and she didn't live in the South, it was like the East Coast. They would do like cross burnings on her porch and stuff like that. I mean, and even though she was Christian, they didn't care. The KKK did not care in the world, and I didn't think that stuff like this was happening like in the 40s and 50s continuously, because that's not stuff that they teach us in education. So that's just something that's been reflecting with me this whole time. It's like those are actually a pretty big deal. But taking another approach, I'm going to focus on the healthcare field right now when it comes to discrimination and racism. Like when she would go to like the hospital or give birth, a lot of times they deny women anesthetics when they are giving birth, specifically Black folks, because learning that a lot of people going into the medical field don't think that Black women feel pain, which was really ridiculous for me to learn and hear. And it's like that's why we see so many Black folks afraid to go to the hospital, because they're afraid of not being listened to. And that's one thing that I learned during this quarantine a lot, is we take the attention off of women being murdered by the police as well, but we also need to highlight that, and also highlight what's going on in the medical field and hospitals when women are going to ask for help but being told they're being over dramatic, that they're not feeling their pain in their own body. Stuff like that needs to that's been going on forever, and we know it's still like the white supremacist ideals that they had when they were enslaving folks. So that's just something that I still continue to see. And even though we are in 2020, it's really disappointing to hear that some of my friends are afraid of going to the doctor or hospital when they're feeling something, because they're afraid of not being listened to, that they might end up dying because they're not being given the care that they need. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. My next question is to Alma. The recent tragic news of at least 4 of our Black men found hanging from a tree, which we know as lynching, and the police reporting them as suicides. What have been your reactions or fears to these findings? And you're muted, Ms. Alma.
I'll just speak to the two that I know of in California. I'm waiting to hear the results. I haven't heard anything. Maybe someone else has. But I will say that my reaction was that that is exactly the type of response that we got from the first coroner who examined George Floyd's body. And I just think it's a crock. It's a crock. And they'll be able to tell very well immediately, just by the way the hanging, the knot, how they would have gotten up under those trees. It's a crock. I'm sorry. That's my response.
Thank you. And I realize this is a difficult question, and I'd like to open it up to the panel. Is there who of you that would like to comment on this? Okay.
I think I'll speak.
Okay, Karen.
I know that, sorry, raise my hand, but I'll speak similar to Alma. You know, I don't know the true findings, right? None of us know the true findings, but for me, my heart pains for the family as this continues to be, you know, something that we see too often, unfortunately. And it saddens me because they want answers and they deserve that. Yes. And I hope that others that know something, because you know others out there know some information, that they come forward and help bring this to justice.
Thank you, Xiomara. Ms. Karen, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to add that when I see this, it's reminiscent of like strategies used just to incite fear, to control, to diminish our worth, to just silence us. And so I'm just reflecting back in the like in the 60s, where you saw this, you know, horrific acts that were taken out against African Americans. And it's just a ploy. To me, it's a ploy. It's a strategy to instill fear and to just diminish our worth. And I mean, as painful as it is, we know that we have to continue to take action and to be involved in our democracy and to just influence as much as we can everyone, all citizens, to get involved in our communities and do as much work as we can to try to change that perception, because the racism is systematic. I mean, symptomatic, and it's also instilled, it's inbred. And so it's a big, big issue that our country has to really address. And so by actions of everyday citizens, all of us getting involved and trying to do as much as we can to combat that is something that is a challenge for us and something we have to do. We have to step up and continue working. It's an ongoing process that we have to do.
Thank you, Karen. Satya, do you want to update? Are you able to update on that or?
So as far as the hangings?
Yeah.
So it's been a total of 7 across the country. There is 3 in California. One of the ones in, there's been Palmdale, San Bernardino, and Victor Valley, which are all the southeast branches. And this either last night or this morning, the brother of the victim in San Bernardino got shot by the cops also. So now mother has lost both of her children. They have since ruled the one in Palmdale not a suicide, but they're still investigating. And the other two, they know was flat out murder. So that's the update that we've gotten thus far. We definitely urge you to lend your support to, we have NACP units on the ground at all the 3 locations. So we definitely urge you to lend support, as well as I know we and I talked about, if you're willing to donate to the Legal Defense Fund that NACP has, or specifically to, we have a racial justice department here that we will be able to donate with. We want to make sure we support any effort they have to bring these people to justice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And again, I realize these questions are very difficult. They're difficult to ask. I can imagine even more difficult to reply or respond to. But the people are listening, and I want to reassure you that your stories, your truths, your feedback are helping others. I want to read to the panelists and to those watching comment. Their name is Bisa. Thank you for this panel. I'm a mother to a 26-year-old son. Man of the mothers here have stated he is my only child, and to have that fear sparked, re-sparked is stressful to me. I'm glad to know that mothers have come together to express and share. Thank you to all of you. I wanted to share that. And my next question is to Dr. Stewart. With the possibility of schools opening soon, how are you preparing yourself, your family, and professionally to address these difficult topics and acts of racism in and outside of the classrooms or campus?
Yeah, and I think I'll respond both just on a personal level, my family, but also in the context of being an educator and kind of what's happening at MiraCosta. So, you know, as a mother, my son goes to a school that is predominantly white, lots of diversity, but less than 1% of the children who go there are Black. And I'm there all the time. I am in his classroom whenever I can be, and I know I'm privileged to be in a position where I can adjust my schedule to volunteer in his class so I can see what's happening in the classroom. I talk to the principal. I talk to his teacher. When he's in school, at the beginning of school, everything could be absolutely perfect. I still will find a way to follow up with the teacher because I want her to know I'm the type of parent that if something happens, I will be there physically showing up at the school. I offer myself as a resource to the school, and I let them know I am here as part of the solution. But if there's a problem, we ain't the ones, right? We will be there. And then we communicate. So talking to other Black parents about what is happening with your child in your classroom and kind of correlating that is important. And so this past year, his school had the first Black History Month display because we were doing leprechaun traps, which was cute and wonderful. And every year the kids get together and do leprechaun traps. And I thought if we can do leprechaun traps, we can acknowledge Black History Month. And I know I was really blessed that the principal was open to that. And I let her know, I get that teachers are, you know, strapped thin and there's issues with funding. So my family will come in and do the Black History Month display and buy books so that the school has resources. So the students have books to read, and the librarians pulled all the books out. But I think it's just, so the answer is that I don't know that what's happening in the country right now, it might put us in high alert, but it doesn't change. I think that you know, I don't remember, I think it was Satya who was saying that, you know, we're born woke. Like this is our daily experience. We are happy to invite to the table those who maybe did not understand what the experience of Black Americans are, that it's brought to light by what has happened to George Floyd, to Breonna Taylor, to Ahmaud Marbury, to the list goes on, right? But we experience this every single day. What has happened is increased our grief. It hasn't changed our experience. Each of us has stories about family members. I grew up in LA County, so I could list for you family members who get pulled over by police, who get followed. The rules that my father told me about, if you get pulled over, you drive to the police station, you don't ever get out your car. right? Because if you get out of your car, you might not, that might be the end of the story. So I think on a personal level, I don't know that what's happening has changed anything. It continues, that we continue to have those brave conversations with my son. We talk as a family, and we show up at his school to be active even in spaces that are uncomfortable, right, for us. I'm blessed at MiraCosta that we have what's called the Black Alliance, which is a collective of staff and students and faculty and administrators and alumni. And it's fairly new. It's existed in the past couple of years. But what has changed for us is we've realized that we've all seen a lot of statements, right? And they've been powerful. Presidents and chancellors and organizations, and everybody's got a statement. And we released a statement. Our president, Dr. Cook, released a statement. The Board of Trustees released a statement. And they're all important and powerful, but we need action, right? So the difference is that we have gotten together to actually do a strategic plan. So if we want to see change happen at MiraCosta, it can't just be, these are the list of things that we're observing are problematic. We have to be a part of the solution because, and I don't know who it was, one of the panelists talked about the institutional nature of systemic racism. So we're operating within the system, right? While we're trying to change the system, we're being microaggressed and operating within it. And in some ways working, in my job, you're working within the system. And so changing the system requires, you have to be strategic in that. And so I'm excited because it's something different that we haven't done before. And our goal is to bring the strategic plan forward and work within the institutional structure to bring about change. Because it has to happen both outside of the system and tearing down the system, but there has to be some work inside the system as well. So I'm excited about that. It's a time of opportunity in addition to grief and anxiety and being tired and frustrated and all the multifaceted nature of being Black, right? Is to go through like 17 different emotions on a daily basis and trying to balance all of that while you're just trying to live your life.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay. Wow, this is a lot. It's good. It's important conversation. So if you need a minute to just breathe, please take that moment to just breathe. Thank you. Roshana, this question is for you. A recent poll released by Monmouth University in New Jersey, and that was released this month, showed that 76% of Americans, including 71% of white people, called racism and discrimination a big problem in the United States. That's a 26% point spike since 2015. What would you say to the other 24% that don't believe America has a problem with racism and discrimination? And some of those might be people that you do work, you do life with, you go to school with, what would you say to them?
So I'm very young in the work, but I've been doing the social justice activism work for a long time. And I think it's important as activists and people who are progressing the movement, I don't think I would focus on the 24% that say that. Just because I think that activism is already such draining work, it's very difficult to do. And so I think a lot of the time we get so caught up in arguing with people who are already willfully ignorant that we're ignoring an entire demographic who actually wants to learn. So I think for me, I like to focus my energy on working with people who want to know more. Like the 26% who has changed their mind and has said, you know what, racism actually is a problem. That would be more so who I would want to put my energy with, because I think that for me personally, I used to be the person that would argue with that 24%. And you realize you're kind of talking to a brick wall. So Google is free, the internet's free. And a lot of the time, these people have seen all of these, they know. We talk about the All Lives Matter versus the Black Lives Matter debate. They've seen all of the analogies and they've chosen to ignore those. So I think as people in this work, I think that it's more important to focus on the folks who would like to change, and then you just pray for that 24% and hope that God changes their heart. Personally, that's just how I feel about it, so.
Well, thank you, Rashana. And Rashana is going into a STEM career, so STEM major. So our prayers are with you, and thank you for that, and congratulations on your graduation to you and Khadija for transferring. My next question is for Xiomara. Is she back on? Did we lose her? Xiomara? Oh, hi, Xiomara. Okay. Xiomara, as a professional in corporate America, how are you preparing yourself to facilitate change or inspire change in your business, in your community, and especially in raising awareness of our culture, our history, and our Black greatness? Oh, and you're muted. Xiomara, yeah.
Sorry about that. Hopefully my video is coming in a little better now. But, for me, it really is about education, and it starts with our team. So at work, we have something similar to, I heard someone else mention, called employee resource groups. And I think it really starts with empowering those employee resource groups. At work, we call it our Black African American Connection Group. And I'm their chapter advisor. And as such, we've created these forums at work where we allow our employees, we call them team members, to call in, and we hosted an expression session a week ago Friday, so that our employees could call in, share their stories, share their pain, and hear from others. We also invited our region senior leadership, allies, people that were of color, not of color, because while you may think that only people of color are impacted at your company, what about the white woman that has a Black husband at home, Black little boys? We're all impacted, right? So we opened this space for all of our team members, and it was courageous because a lot of team members might have felt, well, what if someone says something wrong? Or what if we have polarized views? Well, the idea is to lean into that uncomfortable space. And I found that more often than not, when you present the opportunity for people to come together and have that uncomfortable dialogue, there is a lot more positive that comes out of that than not. So that's what I've been doing at work, is encouraging and fostering our region leaders to come together and have that dialogue. But beyond that, as was mentioned earlier, you can send a letter or a memo to your employees, but until you create that action, your team members want to feel heard. They want to feel that you care. And beyond that, I think about how can we continue to retain new talent? How can we continue to develop new talent of diverse people? How can I collaborate with universities for newly graduated students to be able to become a part of our network and help them, grow in the financial services industry? And also our client base. I was talking with Satya about this, about, the industries with our Black-owned entrepreneurs. A lot of I was listening to the Black Chamber of Commerce for the US talked about 41% of Black-owned businesses from February to April that closed. Well, where are the majority of our Black-owned businesses in industries? Well, it's restaurants, it's personal care. So how can we encourage and educate, our youth to aspire to have be in different industries that are more profitable, so that we can create that generational wealth? And so it's the tech industries, it's the healthcare industries. So those have been conversations that I've been having with Satya and others.
Wow, Xiomara, I'm so glad
Sorry
that.
for the technical difficulties over here.
No worries. I was able to make out, and thank you for creating those courageous spaces. And in corporate America, and thinking about, who you're hiring. And I'm just repeating this in case, some of you were having problems understanding because it was breaking up a little bit. But thinking about, making sure that we're hiring representation, and then also thinking more than just your immediate, but reaching out to the regional. Thank you. And I'm so glad you mentioned about our Black businesses, Xiomara. I think that's what Satya had in mind when she wanted you on the panel to represent corporate America. So thank you. My next question is for Rachel. And Rachel, first, I just want to thank you and your husband. Thank you so much for serving in the U.S. Marine Corps. This question is, what has been or is the most significant barrier to being a community leader and active service member, if you're able to respond to that? And you're muted, yep.
Yes, so the most significant barrier for service members in general, as I can say, is that it's just making sure that whenever we are voicing our opinions on this, that we're making sure that is voiced as our own opinions and not the opinions of the military or the Marine Corps. So with that, in the military, the most focused thing that we have is, making sure we have good order and good discipline. And being a leader, I get to see people that come from all over the United States. And then unfortunately, what I tend to see is that if you're not a person that's being affected by it, sometimes they tend to think that it doesn't exist. So I have to kind of balance that out, right? With the way that a person is brought up and raised, but still be mindful that I might have someone that I may be in charge of that was raised and did deal with that situation, but do it in a way that's not alienating anybody, right? Or making anybody feel like I'm trying to push any kind of ideas onto them. But it's something that I think that we've been able to do fairly well with everything that's going on. We kind of approach it as a way of kind of opening up the question of who's being affected, just kind of making sure that we can offer any kind of help or any kind of services if someone requires it. So that's kind of been like the balance work that I've had to do. It's just kind of like, all right, let me acknowledge that there are some people that are going through. Let me also acknowledge that there's just some people who just have not had the experience with any of this and they don't understand, and not making them feel like they're left out.
Thank you. Oh, I can't believe we're getting through these questions. And my last question is open to anyone in the panel. Some would say that the current and ongoing issues with police brutality don't exist in our city. Some might even say our police departments are doing a great job. But we just heard of the La Mesa case, and that's pretty close to home for us. What would your response be to this, or what are your thoughts about this? And if you just raise your hand physically, I'll call on you. Yes, Inez.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, B. I've been quiet, but for this particular question does hit close to home. I think when talking about police brutality, I think that we need to have a plan. We need to have a plan of attack. We can't wait until something happens to then start mobilizing and organizing to go out there into the streets to protest and do whatever you're going to do. That should have already been established. And one of the things that we talked about on the previous panel with the chief of police is having a citizens review board or citizens review panel. We already know that the police cannot police themselves. That's a stated fact, and it's a proven fact. So we need to have a citizens review panel. Now, how much progress have we made since we've had that last call, the first part of this month, the earlier part of June, to put pressure on the city of Oceanside police chief to say, hey, you said you were open to it. Let's have some discussions. Let's talk about it. And we don't want to have a police officer, part of the Citizens Review panel. We want to have someone like me, a community member, someone like you, a community member, to be a part of that police panel, that Citizens Review Board, so that when something happens in the community, now we have our people in place to be able to combat against that. Also, when talking about police brutality and different issues that are going on, we have a lot of people that complain about what's right and what's not right and what should be done and what could be done. I would probably say, get involved in what's going on in your community. We have lots of community organizations out there where it looks nice and looks great that we have all of these people, but when it boils down to it, you probably have the same 5 or 6 people who are doing the work in these various organizations. Membership numbers may be high, however, it's the same people doing the work. Because I am an activist and I do believe in doing activism work, and my daughter's an activist here. You heard from her earlier. Rashana just graduated from UCLA a couple weeks ago with her master's degree. And so in that, she came to me and she said, "Hey, Mom, I cannot believe what the chief of police said in Los Angeles." And he said that the blood of the protesters, the blood of George Floyd's is on the hands of the protesters. And she said, "We have to do something. What can I do?" And that's where it starts within all of us. We have to do something. What can I do? And so I said, "Well, what would you like to do?" So she took the video of the police officer and she wrote up a letter and she says, "I need to send this." I said, "You send it to the mayor because the mayor hires the police, and you send it to the city manager because the city manager holds the checkbook." And then she found out through her team that every email that goes to the mayor in Los Angeles has to be logged in. So she coded and she created a link, for all of this. And she dropped it in her various platforms. This is getting involved. This is the work of the community. And she dropped it in her various platforms. And all you had to do was just click the link and the link went straight to the mayor's office. And all of that was logged in. Now, she wasn't successful in getting him removed from office, but what happened as a result of this, and other people in the community who got together and protest what this police chief was doing, is $1.8 million was going to be given in raises to the LA County Police Department. They have now decided, the mayor, to take that $1.8 million and put it back into Black and brown communities. They have, so when you talk about defunding the police, okay, well, we're not going to fire the chief, not yet, but the pressure is still on. But we're going to take these raises that we were going to give them, and we're going to give this money to Black and brown communities to be able to help set up community centers and things that are very vital within that community. So when you talk about police brutality, I would say get involved. Don't wait until something happens to call the NAACP and say, what can we do? Let's get a plan together. Let's get involved. It's not just the NAACP. We have the North County African American Women's Association. We have so many different organizations out here. I would say, how do you combat against that? Get involved, mobilize, organize, and let's get this thing going. I see Miss Alma has her hand raised.
Well, I know you want to probably move on. Yes, I didn't get a chance to say earlier that I'm very active with the North County African American Women's Association, but I wanted to summarize what you've just said, Inez, and go to the one word that Wendy said. It's strategic. That step that you just took was about being strategic, not just doing isolated things. So we have to get together. We have to be strategic, think it through. What are the steps that are going to lead to something that we want to see bring about change? As a retired university administrator, Wendy, I right there with you. That was where I was. I didn't get a chance to say earlier. What's the one word that I would say describes me? I say visionary. I don't say that with any hubris. I say that because the one question I always ask is why? Why? That's just been within me. And why has helped me to lead to the kind of steps you've just identified, Inez. Take the steps that are strategic.
Thank you. Thank you. And, so now that the audience have heard all of your wisdom, your input, your stories. What would you say to that woman wanting to give back to their community or engage in their community, but they feel like their plate is already full with family, children, caregiving, or maybe they're attending school? And in like 20 seconds, and each one of the panelists, let's start with Rachel.
Every little thing that you do, anything that you can do, it matters, it counts. So, I mean, between making the bottles and running off to take them, drop them off to daycare or do whatever, I mean, anything that you can do to better your community is going to make a difference.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Xiomara?
Hope my computer doesn't freeze, but what I would say is that even writing a letter of support, you know, for advocacy can make a big difference, and you can do that in downtime.
Thank you, Xiomara. Khadija?
I would say I would agree with that. Well, I don't think you have to be out in the community to show that you're doing something. It could be writing petitions, calling city councils, writing emails to the mayor and stuff like that. You can do things from home that you don't have to be out in the streets protesting to actually think that you're getting things done. It takes little things like emailing and calling. So yeah.
Thank you. Rashana?
I agree. I just think do what you can. Everyone's not going to be on the front lines of a movement. Everyone's not going to be the policy pusher. But if you see racism, call it out. If you have an opportunity to educate, do that, and just do what you can.
Thank you. Wendy?
I first would just affirm, if you are feeling like you are doing a lot and how would you fit one more thing, you are enough. You're doing amazing things. Being a mother and trying to balance everything is a lot. But the one thing I would say is, if you can only accomplish one thing, vote. Vote. November, vote. Please.
Thank you. Alma?
No, I'm sorry. She just took my word.
Okay.
And that is vote. Yeah.
Thank you. Satya?
Well, I think everybody was going to say vote, but I'm trying to change it really quickly. Is like Inez was saying, getting involved. We do have a police accountability panel already convened. We are meeting. So we have been talking with the city councils and things of that nature. But we need to educate that vote. So it's really good to say vote, but if people don't know what they're voting for, they vote for the wrong ticket, it could be the miss. So we need to make sure that education comes with that vote.
Very good.
Thank you. Ms. Karen?
One thing I was thinking about, get to know your neighbors and be an advocate, use your voice, and use your voice to influence and also to help others, to educate others, and to get out there and go, if you can, visit, in your community, go to, if you're not able to attend those meetings of school board meetings or city hall meetings, then try to educate yourself as much as possible as to what goes on at City Hall, what are some of the issues, what they're addressing on the state, local, and your federal country level. So
thank you.
That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. And Inez, did you want to add anything? I know you mentioned the legal fund donate and you're on mute.
Yeah, so that's the only thing I would say is that it's great to be an advocate. It's great to go out there and protest, to be on the front lines. But behind the scenes, it takes money to make the system go round. And so everyone is not going to go out there and protest. So if you can't protest, then the NAACP does have a national legal defense fund. These are the individuals that are donating to this fund that are helping to continue with the work. A lot of these individuals who are getting gunned down and hanged in the streets and calling on the NAACP, they don't necessarily have the money for the council, so they have to start somewhere. And so I would probably say, if you can donate to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, it's on the website.
Thank you. You can also donate to our local North San Diego County Justice Fund, and complete your census. Complete your census. Tell your friends, it doesn't matter what legal status you have, You know, I challenge you, find 9 families, 9 households, and complete your census. I want to, this is for the audience. Now that you've heard from this beautiful panel of women, I want to ask you, go to your Facebook, comment or chat, and tell us what change would you like to see in the community? That's going to allow us to prepare some of our future events through the WIN. And last, I want to close with these words. In the words of Maya Angelou, and I heard someone on this panel say it, I'm convinced of this: good done everywhere is good done anywhere is good done everywhere. For a change, start by speaking to people rather than walking by them like they're stones that don't matter. As long as you are breathing, it is never too late to do some good. Thank you so much. We finished on time. Vote, do your census, get involved, write a letter. And we want to invite you to stay, take a little break, and come back in for our next event.
We're the NAACP. We don't follow movements, we define movements.
Good afternoon. How is everyone doing? I'm excited to be here. So let me start out by just saying what I'd like for you to do is take a moment and to think about the one thing that you need to get out of this talk today. Because my goal is to make sure that I impart information into you. That I think that's the number one key for me, is to make sure that you leave here with pertinent information. So please take a moment. If you want, you can put it in the chat function. Write down the one thing that you would like to get out of this meeting today. My purpose here is we're just going to walk through The Wealth Choice by Dennis Kimbrough. I'm just going to give a large overview on what that is. And my challenge is that we get out, we purchase the book, and that we come back together again so that we can do some reinforcements and start putting action or feet behind what is being said inside of the book. All right, so let's get this started. So my objective today is very simple: an introduction to the 9 disciplines of Black millionaires. And then it's also an introduction to the 7 laws of wealth, which over 1,000 people he interviewed for this book, they all utilize these laws to obtain the wealth that they needed. And the 7 disciplines, they all, on a continuous basis, utilize the disciplines to continue on to achieving the things that they did. And throughout this book, there are hundreds of examples of people that we know how they went about getting the wealth that they have. And one of the things I want to preface here is inside of the book is that they did not include athletes inside of the book because they didn't want to include anyone that had a large influx of money that came in just came in. They used people that actually started out what I would call as a humble beginning or so, and they made their way up to becoming what we would consider wealthy. All right. So the 9 disciplines. Let's start. Now, the first actually, the first discipline here is to be passionate and focus on your unique strengths and develop clear, delineated goals. Here's the thing that I want to say, man, because this for me, it's kind of been my driving force. And when I read this and when I continue to keep reading this and use this as my motivation, is to be passionate and focused on your unique strengths. As a child of God, as a person, we all have a unique ability and we all have a divine purpose. There are things that will stimulate me that doesn't stimulate you. So the first discipline is to focus on those things that drive that passion in you. Because when you are doing things that you love, it is no longer considered work. Every day I get up and I go into the office, my mantra is this: I love what I do and I do what I love. So discipline number one is be passionate. Now, you might be saying, well, Donald, I don't know what I'm passionate about. That's where the process starts of self-discovery. When I was in my 20s, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what my passion was. But walking through life, I realized that there were things that I needed to do in order to achieve the things that I wanted to have happen. So I kept walking down the road, and the more you walk, the more will be exposed to you. So remember, be passionate and focused on your unique strengths. That is the key, because we can start moving down roads and we can be a master of a lot of things, but it's when you're definite in your purpose and when you're precise in your purpose, it helps. I'll give you an example. I'm a former Marine, right? So when in the Marine Corps, every year you have to train and you have to be skilled at shooting the rifle. So when you go out to shoot that rifle, your ultimate goal in shooting that rifle from the distances that you're shooting for is to hit the bullseye in the center. Why? Because you get the max points. So when you shoot your first round downrange, there's a person downrange that actually shows you, they put up a disc so you can see it from 100 to 1,000 meters away where that bullet hit. So if I shot the bullet and it hit at the top right-hand side, the spotter, which is the person downrange, puts a spot on the target where you hit. And right there, I now have identified where I'm at. So what I'm challenging you right now is to think about and to look at all the spotters in your life, all the aha moments that are in your life that are telling you, you know, man, you're really good at this. This is something that really drives your ability to stay focused. These are all the things that you are doing really, really, really well. So it's important to stay focused on that. And I want to make sure that I'm being heard. So I can't tell if I'm live or not because I'm on my computer here. So is there a way someone can tell me if I'm live or I'm good?
You're good. We can hear you and see you.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. And if I get too excited, just please tell me to calm down because this is what my life is all about here. Okay? And so look for the spotters and then ask the people close to you. They'll know what you're passionate about. They'll know what you're focused about. They'll know what your unique strengths are. And some of the things that you don't even think is a unique strength, eventually you will start to see that it is a unique strength. Let it come out of you. Let it flow out of you. Let it just flow out of you. Okay? That's discipline number one. Discipline number two is autonomous and independent. Oh my goodness. It says in the book, he says, a deep need for internal controls, highly motivated self-starters. Let me say this. If we are going to be successful and we are going to be wealthy, and if we are going to take our rightful place, We need to have a deep need for internal controls. And we have to be highly motivated self-starters. We don't need someone to tell us to get up. We don't need someone to tell us to go read a book on finances or go learn about this or that. This is that, what am I looking for? This is that unction that's inside of you that's telling you at the end of the day, as you keep pushing, this is going to pay off. And that's where the self-motivation comes from. And that's where the internal controls come from. And if you don't have that level of internal controls that you desire today, what I'm saying to you is start where you are. Remember the spotter. You can be hitting to the right or hitting to the left or hitting low, and you might have didn't even hit the target. But if you start where you are, eventually you are going to start to hit the target. You are going to start moving in the direction of where you need to be and where you should be. When I was 25 or when I was 21 and in the Marine Corps, I didn't envision where I was going to be at today when I was in the Marine Corps. The only thing when I was in the Marine Corps, what I was doing was I was reading books on business. I was reading books on finance. I was reading books on structures and process and how to develop a man. I was reading those things internally, and everybody around me was laughing at me and like, what are you, man? You're in the Marine Corps. Why are you reading all this stuff? I said, because I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere, and eventually I'm going to arrive at that place. So remember the self-motivated, because you are going to need to be self-motivated, because when you start to walk in your passion and when you start to walk in the things that you are gifted to do, there will be doubters. There will be haters that are going to come out. But remember, you can't look to the left or to the right. You have to continue on the vision. You have to continue on the dream of what the focus is. Okay, I'm getting excited here. All right. All right, so let me go to the next one. Discipline number 3, industrious, strong work ethic and a bias for action. This is one thing that my dad told me when I was 10 years old. And I know we've all heard this as being Afro-Americans. He said, look, you have to put in double the work or double the effort to just get to the point where you're even. I didn't understand that mindset. But what I do understand now, it is going to take action and it is going to take work. When I was in the Marine Corps, the one thing I learned, I grew up in New York City. I grew up in Southside Jamaica, Queens. I came from a family where my brothers were hustlers. So I understood what it meant to see things and see entrepreneurship in the wrong way. When I went into the Corps, what the Marine Corps taught me was very simple. I can say it to you right now. It taught me that there are no sick days. So I learned that you get up in the morning at 5:30 and you go to work. You work and work and work. You put in the effort and you do the things that you need to get done in order to achieve what has to happen. The mission comes first. So in my personal life, now incorporating what I learned in the Marine Corps, the mission comes first. Family comes first. You understand? Knowledge comes first. Empowerment comes first. All these things, in involving myself, all these things come first. So what does that mean? That they have to be prioritized. They have to be something that you want to do on a continuous basis. You will not be wealthy just thinking about it. You will not be successful just thinking about it. You have to take the thought and put action behind it in order for it to actually move. And inside of the Wealth Choice, they show you and they tell you all of the examples of people like Usher, people like other individuals that actually started from humble beginnings and worked and focused and used their passions and used their gifts, and they continued to keep working. They got up early and they stayed out late, and they knocked on doors. They did whatever they needed to do to keep on keeping on. Discipline number 4. And if I'm moving too fast, guys, just let me know. Discipline number 4, creativity and innovation. Recognize the power of ideas. See, here's the thing. We have to understand all the ideas in the world, or all the ideas have not come to fruition. God can give you one idea that will make you change this world, and then by doing what that idea was, will make you wealthy. So creativity, thinking outside of the box. And then, listen, if you're on a job where they put you inside of a box, okay, think inside of that box creatively. You can't go outside of the box if you're working in an organization, but you can actually be inside of that organization and thinking from a creativity perspective, trying to understand, hey, I see this process, and this process is very mundane and it's going this way. What if we developed this? Or what if we had this idea that actually would change that? That's what's happening now. It's the creativity where the people are just sick and tired of being sick and tired of doing things the same way. Those are business ideas. Those are organizations, and those are corporations that are coming into existence that all started from an idea. And when you're thinking about innovation, innovation causes a person or a company to actually step up their game. It is not a one-time thing. Innovation is something that happens over a continuous process of time. One of my favorite words is in a philosophy since the Marine Corps to every day of my life that I focus my life around is called Kaizen, Kaizen. And that word means continuous improvement. So if you get to a place where you said, hey, I just saved $100 and that was your goal, bam, that's awesome. You hit that goal of $100. But what Kaizen says is, okay, you've reached a $100 goal. Now break that down and see what you did there, make it better, and now achieve another goal that's larger than that goal. When you think about Kaizen and you think about successful companies that actually utilize the principle of Kaizen, you think about Toyota, you think about Lexus, you think about Sony, you think about a lot of Japanese companies that started the concept of Kaizen. But what most people don't understand, Kaizen started in the United States after World War II. It started here, and what the Japanese did was they took the principles of what an American did and they made it better. So creativity and innovation. Don't dismiss ideas. One of the things that I was told young in my career or when I was growing up is put a notebook by the side of your bed. And if you have a question, just write the question down and wait for the answer. If you wake up one morning and you got an idea, write the idea down and leave space for the answer to come. Those are the things that will actually start to enrich creativity and innovation. If you're sitting there and you see something in your neighborhood and it's like, man, that doesn't seem right, something's off with that, then creativity and innovation, how can we make this better? How can we do certain things? Okay? All right, discipline number 5. Never consider the possibility of failure. I want to say that again. Never consider the possibility of failure. From this point forward, we must look at the word failure as opportunities to learn. In every failure, there is something to be learned. It is extremely important to understand that. If you understand that failure is not the end, you will achieve your wealth. You cannot achieve full success. You cannot be wealthy if you have a mindset of failure. It doesn't matter if 100 people in your house tried it the same way and they failed, you could be the one that do the breakthrough. It doesn't matter if there are 1,000 people in your neighborhood that tried to do the same thing to get out. It doesn't matter. You could be the one that changes everything. So it's important to understand you have to draw a line in the sand right now and understand and say this every day or every moment that you are walking down this road. Failure is not an option. Failure is not an option. My buddy, a friend of mine, actually a mentor of mine, Tim Story, most of you may know him or not, he has a saying, and I love this saying, so I'm going to say it to you. It says, when you have a setback, don't take a step back, but be prepared because God has the comeback. That's pretty incredible. So he's saying is, when the setback is going to come, just like when you're trying to build wealth, there are going to be suddenlies that show up in your life. There are going to be economic downturns. There's going to be situations at work that are going to happen, but it's not those situations that's going to make you want to quit. It's those situations that's going to make you stronger to understand what it takes to be all in, to do the things that you need to do in order to become wealthy. Discipline number 6, inquisitive, strong desire to know, quick to absorb and apply new information. Let me break this down here. Inquisitive. We used to say inquiry minds want to know, right? So Simon Sinek has a book and it's called Start With Why. And the whole premise of what he's talking about is why are you doing the things that you do? Why do we do the things that we do? Why do we spend money the way that we spend money? Or why don't we do this? Or why? It is the question of why that causes us to want to engage in situations. So that's where the inquiring minds, let me just say that, want to know. Now, notice it didn't just say a desire to know, it says a strong desire to know. Desire is the first key to the fulfillment of purpose. Let me say that again. Desire is the first key to fulfilling purpose, because a desire comes from the inside of you. And what he's saying is all these men and women that became wealthy, they had a strong desire to know. Know what? Well, know about finances, know about business structures, know about how the stock market works, know about investments, know about protection, know about credit, know about all those things. They had a strong desire to know. And some of them didn't even want to know about wealth. They had a strong desire to know, hey, if I'm a singer, I'm going to give it everything I got as a singer. If I'm a clothes designer, I'm going to give it everything that I have. If I'm a writer, I'm going to put everything that I have into writing. And the next two phases, the next two parts of this is very important. Quick to absorb, quick to actually bring it in, quick to get it inside of you and chew it all up, and just break it down into bite-sized pieces so that you can comprehend and understand it and put it on your level. And then the key is, and apply new information. So it's not just a strong desire to know, it's quick to absorb and apply. So if you know, you have to walk in it in order to receive the benefit. Okay? Next one, discipline number 7, strong sales skills. Sell is not a 4-letter word. And see, and I know everybody's out there thinking, well, I'm not a salesperson. Oh no, we all are salespeople. You think about it. We all are salespeople. And what these wealthy individuals have all decided is they said that number 1, the word sell is not a bad word, but the word sell means if you can't sell your idea, if you can't sell you as your brand to your employer or to the company that you're looking to work for, then you're not going to move forward. So the key to it is recognizing that every day you sell yourself to people. You sell yourself to your neighbors. You sell yourself to your husband, to your wife. You sell yourself to your kids, to your church, to your community. We're constantly selling ourselves to individuals around us. Inside of the book, the statement was, nothing happened until something is sold. The key that we have to understand, selling is a daily process, and selling is all part of the process. Remember that. I have one of the things my dad told me was, he said, son, there's 2 things I want you to understand. Number 1, never be late for an appointment. And number 2, always shine your shoes. I'm like, shine your shoes? Because he said, you'll find a lot of people out there, they'll spend a lot of time on the top, on their hair, on their shirt, on their ties, and on their suit and on their jacket. And then they'll just, don't worry about the shoes. So for me now, when I'm talking to people, it's one of those biased things that my dad put in. I look down at the shoes just to check to see if they paid attention to all the details. So what I'm going to leave you with this one is in the sale process, sales is part of the details. Just remember that, okay? Next one, savings, thrifty and frugal in nature. Thrifty, frugal. Notice they didn't say they don't spend, they do spend. But the key here is that they're asking, why are they buying, or why are they doing what they do? That's the whole understanding of what this is. Thrifty means, yeah, I need a car, but do I need to have that car? Can I get away with this car so that I can continue on moving in a direction to achieve the ultimate goal of what I'm looking for? Frugal, I mean, some people think it's cheap. No, it's, in my opinion, I call it using the wisdom. It's using wisdom in what it is. So we're going to spend some time here later on in future events. We're going to be talking about savings and spending and borrowing and planning. That's coming up, because I believe in order for us to walk in this, we're going to utilize these disciplines, but it requires continuous process of us working at this. It's the reinforcement that is going to allow us to live in these disciplines and understand it at all. Okay. Discipline number 9, and I thought this was very amazing right here, spirituality. And I know in the book they called it the gospel of wealth, but inside of the book, what they said is that the traits that these individuals all had in common, they all had a relationship with their creator. They knew their creator. They knew that deep down inside of them that they were put on this earth to do something greater than what they were currently doing. So their whole purpose is to ensure that they're in a position to give back. If you think about it, and they use the word gospel of wealth, so it's the good news of wealth. So you're not wealthy if you have all of this money and that money is just sitting there inside of your account and you're not using it. That's not wealth. Wealth is being able to use the resources that you've obtained in order to achieve the goals that are set forth for you and that burning desire that is inside of your community. The fact of changing environments or changing cultures or changing policies and procedures and changing governments. That's what they're talking about with this whole, the spirituality and the gospel of wealth. Okay. Next one. Now I'm going to transition here into the laws, or we would say the 7 laws of wealth. And I'm just going to give a nice little preface on what it is, and then I'm going to move right through this, okay? So the first law of wealth is a wealth of knowledge. The most powerful economic weapon. If you don't know better, you can't do better. Now, if you think about this, remember one of the disciplines was the ability to know, you know, that strong desire to know why, the inquisitiveness. So you will find out knowledge, and I just heard somebody think that knowledge is power. That's not true. Knowledge is not power. The proper application of knowledge is power, which is what is considered wisdom. So because you get knowledge, and if you don't get knowledge with understanding, it's not power. So translating or understanding the knowledge that we're talking about, or the knowledge that is needed, is what Dennis Kimbro states here is the most powerful economic weapon. I don't know about you, but COVID-19 has actually revealed a lot of things, and I don't know if people are paying attention to it. No one saw COVID-19 coming. No one saw for 3 months that they were going to be shutting down cities and shutting down countries. So if at any point we ever thought that we had control, for me, COVID-19 revealed to me that we don't have control. So if you can shut down cities or governments or countries, what else can be done? So for me, now understanding wealth and creating wealth and being in a position to have wealth is extremely important. It is extremely important that we understand that, because we don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. I know change is happening, but we don't know what it's going to bring and when it's going to happen, or when things are going to shut down or do whatever. So we have to put ourselves in a position that we are sheltered. It's basically, they call building a hedge around yourself. So we have to build these hedges around ourselves. And one of those hedges is wealth of knowledge. Okay? Second law. Let's talk about this. Second law of wealth, decision. Notice it again. Resolve now that you will not be poor. Let me read this quote. I think it's important. The greatest of the greatest of evils and the worst of crimes is poverty. Our first duty, a duty which every other consideration should be sacrificed, is not to be poor. We can't help how we got to this earth. We can't help how we came in. We can't help the social, economic environment that we were brought up in. We can't help that. I was born into a family of 7. My mother never went past the 6th grade. My father never went past the 8th grade. He worked on the railroads. However, the knowledge that they taught me is imparted in me. And through that knowledge and through that burning desire to change our history or to change our environment, I started to dig a little bit deeper and started to understand more and started to want more and started to desire more and started to learn more. It is now my responsibility as being a father and being a man that's in a position of the ability to make a difference, is to now impart what I have in my heart and what I have from a knowledge perspective to our communities, to our families, in order to change this thing. I've been working in the financial services industry for 25 years. I've seen good practices, I've seen bad practices, I've seen wealth built, I've seen people completely wiped out. What I'm saying to you now is everyone, no matter where we presently are, we have the ability to change our position. And being wealthy has nothing to do with the amount of money that you make. If you make 10 grand, you can still be wealthy with 10 grand. And I'm using this as an example. It's clearly, we have to understand this, that we can change where we are. Third law of wealth: believe in thyself when no one else will. I said to you on that discipline is you have to be self-motivated. Why? Because anytime, people, you have a dream or anytime you have a vision, the first thing that you do, first thing that's going to happen is the haters or everyone's going to come out and try to kill that dream. It's natural. It is a natural law. Let's think about this. And let me go here. I'm not even going to read this quote because I'm going to give you, this is inside of me right now. If you take a seed of an apple, and you place that seed in a ground, the first thing that happens to the seed when it goes in the ground, it gets covered up. It's alone. That seed, from a natural perspective, goes through a process of softening up, of breaking it down, that it can get into the soil so that their roots can go down. You have to understand, when you are starting a venture, you are a seed being planted in a ground. And everything that's coming against you, all the naysayers, the doubts or the no's or no, not now is wrong time, all those things are to build roots. It's to build that strength. And if the roots go deep, you can go higher. So I'm telling you now, believe in thyself when no one else will. You got to know that you know that you know that you are on the right track doing what you were destined to do. This is your divine purpose in life. Fourth law of wealth: to thine own self be true. Find your unique gifts. I think you guys will start to see how the disciplines and all this is all flowing together, right? Find your unique gift. Know who you are. Know what it's all about. I know what my unique gift is. My unique gift is very simple. It's to joyfully add value to all those around me. Or I like to say it now, is to impart or to impact the individual lives of those people around me. It could be with the word. It could be with my knowledge of understanding the finances or the industries. But my gift is to add value. I am a giver. I am not a taker. I can't even find myself being around takers. So my life is to give, is to multiply, is to triplicate, is to add to, is what I do in life. Now, I'm going to read this quote. Don't follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. Whew. Just think about that. Just let that set in. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. The fifth law of wealth. How may I serve you? How may I serve thee? I'm going to read this quote by Andrew Young. Andrew Young, Dr. King and I integrated the lunch counter, but we never integrated the dollar. And to live in a system of free enterprise and yet not understand the rules of free enterprise, that's the definition of slavery. The key here is how may I serve you, or how may I serve thee? In order to be wealthy, you cannot think about yourself. You're not selling things to just bring it into yourself and to hoard it all in. You're bringing things, or you're how am I saying this? You're initiating things in order to make everything better. And as a result of you making things better and people's lives better, money will come. The thing that these individuals all stated, they never chased money. They chased purpose. They chased destiny. And they said, if you chase purpose and destiny, it doesn't matter. Money is going to follow you. Just remember that. Number 6, the sixth law of wealth, the road not taken. Dare not is one thing. Cannot is another. Not everyone can be rich, but anyone can dare to, and somebody has to. So again, like I said, I grew up in a family, and my brothers, all 3 of my brothers all went to prison. So was there thinking, hey, when are you going to get locked up? So I use their shortcomings as my examples of what not to do. So if they went right, I went left. If they watch TV, I'm reading a book, right? And I just became more of a student of what not to do. I do more about learning people by what they're doing or what they're not doing. So that's what we're talking about when you're seeing the road not taken. If everybody's walking down one way, then why go that way? That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the right way. I think Jesus said it this way. He said, wide is the gate that leads to destruction, narrow is the path to life, right? So when you think about it, wide means everybody wants to do it that way, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the right way for you, okay? The 7th law of wealth, make thy money grow. Whew. And we're going to get into this. Success in life comes not from holding a good hand, but by playing a poor hand well. Growth. We can talk about a lot of different things. We know what growth is. 1 + 1 is 2. 2 + 1 is 3. Growth means to increase. So if we all resolve today in every aspect of our lives from this day forward, we make a commitment to increase, we are going to grow. We're going to put on some training seminars where we're going to talk about savings. We're going to talk about compound interest. We're going to talk about, time versus opportunity. We're going to talk about all these things. We're going to talk about how saving $1 a week and multiplying that number over time, you can develop a discipline where $1 a week can actually start to have by $1,500 or $1,300 by next year. If you multiply $1 every single week. So the first week of January, you put $1 in. The second week, you put $2. And the third week, you put $3. So by the end of the year, that last week of the year, you're putting $52 in. Over a 1-year period of time, you could have over $1,300 in an account without compounding interest. So we're going to teach you all these different things. And that was the 7th law. So I'm excited from that point. So let me just pull up the next slide and then I'll turn off the presentation. So I have put together a survey that talks about more of a financial health score. What the financial health score is, it helps us as individuals understand how healthy we are, how resilient we currently are. So by taking the survey, you're going to be able to see exactly where you are financially from a health standpoint. It has nothing to do with your credit score or things like that. It has to do with how resilient can we be if an emergency showed up in our lives. So, and that score is going to help us understand. It's an anonymous score, anonymous survey. It'll help us understand the type of trainings that we want to put together. I'm committing myself to be a resource for the NAACP. I'm putting myself out there that I want to be a part of this because I know that change is happening, and it's happening in a way that we can't even ask, think, or imagine. Change is going to happen, and I am going to see it in my lifetime, that change, for a positive impact. My father and my mother couldn't see this, but I'm living my father and mother's dreams. I'm actually living that. And then I'm also going to ask you to do is to take action, is to get knowledge. Purchase The Wealth Choice by Dennis Kimbro. He has 3 books. The first book he wrote was Think and Grow Rich, The Black Choice. It is a book that's specifically designed for Afro-Americans. The original author of Think and Grow Rich was Napoleon Hill. He got commissioned to actually do it for Afro-Americans. His second book that he wrote was What Makes the Great Great. So he went and put together a manuscript that actually what made successful Afro-Americans or African-Americans, what made them successful, and he wrote it down and kind of put a book together for all of us to read to understand what makes them great. And then the wealth choice is another thing that he's talking about. Okay, so now you have this, let's now get the money. And I talk more about the savings plan, and we'll have more information that come out to that. And then look more for the details of the upcoming financial empowerment workshops. So I'm going to exit out of here, and then I'm here. So now I think we have some time for Q&A. So tell me what I have to do, guys, and I'm right here for you. Okay?
There is one question.
Okay.
One of the underutilized generational wealth strategies has been to purchase existing businesses that are up for sale for a myriad of reasons. What advice would you give someone to take advantage of such opportunities? Where should they start?
Okay, so first of all, if you're going to purchase a business, number one is you have to look at the economics of the business, right? If a person is selling the business, is the business successful? Number one, is the business making money, right? That's the first thing. And then what is the likelihood of the business continuing to make money? That's that. Now, remember what we talked about. If that business is aligned with your divine purpose in life, then that's an opportunity to actually not necessarily have to pave a trail. But in essence, if you're picking up where somebody left off, you're also taking in the bad habits that they have, and possibly some of the good. But you have to remember, they're selling for a reason. So the numbers won't lie. So you have to break down and see what the numbers actually look like and the likelihood of a future income coming out of it. And hopefully that answered that question.
One more question. Is a franchise a good way to start as an entrepreneur? What would be some skills a degree-holding person trained to be an employee can learn to transition from an employee mindset to an entrepreneur mindset?
Wow. Read that question again, please. Man, that's awesome. Say it again.
Okay. Is a franchise a good way to start as an entrepreneur? What would be some skills a degree-holding person trained to be an employee can learn to transition from an employee mindset to an entrepreneur mindset?
Okay. I'm going to give you this first answer right here. First of all, because you are an employee doesn't mean you are not an entrepreneur. So right where you are, I'm telling you to change your mindset that you are an entrepreneur within your current company. That's number one. And I'm going to recommend a book to you. It's called The E-Manager. E-Manager by Mike Gerber. E-Manager. Okay. Now, owning a franchise is a great thing, but you have to understand by buying a franchise, you're buying a model. You're buying everything. You're buying their steps that they actually need to do certain things. So if that's what you want to do and that's what is going to fulfill your heart's desire, then the franchise may be right. However, if it's not exactly who you are, if it's not exactly what you want to be, by buying a franchise, it's just going to get you to that mode. And then eventually you're going to get frustrated. So you have to think about not just today, but long-term, what the ultimate goal is. I've thought about franchises myself, and then you have to understand is with franchises, there are royalty fees. There are a number of different continuous fees or expenses that goes with it. It's a great opportunity, but is it right for you? I think that's the key. But I'm going to tell you this, you are an entrepreneur right where you are. And I would love to, if you want to, send an email or something, I'd love to share with you exactly how you are an entrepreneur right where you are. I'll tell you this, I'll give you an example. As an employee of the credit union, in 2000, we were not using PDFs, so we were not scanning documents and using PDFs. We were making photocopies of documents that actually, that we would put into files. This is in 2000, this was 20 years ago. In 2001, I took a risk and bought a scanning machine and put it into my branch and started scanning employment documents or those things and put them in files to make things move faster. Within a 6-month period of time, I had a test and showed the efficiency. I then wrote up a business plan and presented it to our executive team at the time and explained how everything moved faster, how the process was cleaner and that. By doing that presentation, I was able to actually get their approval to run it all company-wide. So today, 20 years later, every one of our branches have scanners. We don't use fax machines or things like that. But it all started with an idea, how can I make this better? So I'm challenging you to think like an entrepreneur right where you are now. Okay, next.
Besides these books that you mentioned, what others would you recommend? Richest Man in Babylon was a suggestion.
Say it again one more time.
Richest Man in Babylon. They were asking if that was a book you recommend.
Oh, it's required reading. Yeah, guys, there are so many books to read, but what I'm telling you right now, I think where we are, this right here, go get it. I'm telling you to get this book and Think and Grow Rich, The Black Choice. Make this your Bible right now. You don't need to focus on anything else. Think and Grow Rich, The Black Choice is going to talk about everything getting you on definite purpose. And it carries and it flows right into this, the wealth choice right here. So get both of those books right now and don't try to complicate it. Just start right there.
Okay, that's the end of the questions. We have no more. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, participants. My name is Rob Jenkins, and I'm the first vice president for the North San Diego County NAACP. And I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Joanne Tarfilis. She is the owner and proprietor of Pyramid Museum and Cultural Arts Center. And I'd also like to introduce Master Drummer Key. He provides drum circles every Saturday from 1 to 3 o'clock. Give it to you, Joanne.
Well, we'd like to welcome you to the Pyramid Arts and Cultural Center. We haven't opened officially yet. Pandemic is still on, and but we are 100% behind the NAACP's effort and observance of Juneteenth. Actually, the murals that you're going to see that you can pan on were inspired by NAACP last year. And we were so proud and happy to do murals with the public, both of these murals, and we're going to show you another one. Because, you know, we realize that a lot of people don't even know or didn't know about Juneteenth. And so we're really happy that here in Oceanside, with the inspiration of the North County NAACP, that we were able to do it on the street with the public last year. So I'd like to show you and show you how the public came together. I did the outline sketch on these, and we had people do it. And of course, we had this awesome drumming section, which we're going to continue today, and hopefully you'll see more of that later. And then we had so many people wanting to paint. We did this one too, and I'm going to take you around the corner and show you another one that's very powerful, and I think we'll get the emotion across of what we tried to accomplish. What you're going to see over here is a banner that we made within a few hours of the protest march that the marchers could take with them about all lives matter and Black Lives Matter. And through the willingness of the public, they wanted to make sure that although they appreciate all Black Lives Matter, they wanted to say that everybody does, because this is what we're about, unity as well. Although we are focusing on Black Lives Matter. So, and we wanted to make sure that we are still following the dream of Dr. Martin Luther King and his famous expression, "I have a dream." And I think it's a dream that we all share. So we're going to take you around the corner and show you another incredible mural. Drum circle. You'll see the drum circles being set up for 6 feet apart. The public will be coming at 1 o'clock. This is a painting that I did, or a poster that I did very quickly, also within a few hours of the march, about Black Lives Matter that was carried. And this is the mural that I really wanted to talk about, because a lot of people don't realize, I found this old poster that I went ahead and kind of went from to show that in 1769, this is the type of ad that they posted about a cargo ship came in with 94 healthy Negroes, 39 men, 15 boys, 24 women, 16 girls from Sierra Leone. And what we painted was what the inside of the ship looked like. Of course, they were mostly very scantily clothed, but we put clothes on them because the public was going to be looking at this. And I think everybody enjoyed painting the beautiful colors as well. So that's what we came up with for the first Juneteenth that we did in Oceanside to commemorate this. And every year we will be doing murals to commemorate Juneteenth. So we only had about 5 minutes to do this. So, but we want to welcome everybody. In the future, when we open, we will be doing a multicultural exhibition. Every 2 months, the whole inside will change, and later on you'll be seeing more of that, because there'll be drumming, and then Robert Jenkins will be speaking, and you'll see some artists. So I think that's 5 minutes, so thank you very much.
Work with your book. So I want to introduce, thank you so much for being here, audience. I'm Bea Palmer, the chair for the WIN, Women in the NAACP. And if you're not familiar with WIN and our mission, Throughout history, Black women have made an important contribution to the race. As wives and mothers and teachers, we have accepted great responsibilities. That's a quote from Fran Stancy Hooks. Our mission is to enhance the leadership role of women, to serve as an advocacy vehicle for social, economic, political, educational, and health and welfare issues affecting women, girls, and children, to support the policies and ongoing mission and the vision of the NAACP. So it's just an honor to bring to you families this live workshop at our Juneteenth celebration. And today we have Kimberly Miller and Dr. Newton Miller, and they are lifelong partners and authors and educators. And I'd like for them to introduce themselves before they dive into this great topic.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
To present and speak here at this wonderful celebration for, I believe, the most important day that we can celebrate as the African American community. So just to quickly qualify ourselves, you know, I mean, I won't talk about our degrees or anything like that. I don't think that's as important for me. But I do want to qualify that we're educators. We're educators, and we were educators before we knew each other. So it's in our DNA. It's our isness. It's who and what we are. We've raised 7 children together in a blended family. You know, all of which have had the opportunity to go to college and do some things on their own. But what we want to kind of put forth before we start talking about, you know, our topic and what we have to offer is that as educators, why we think that's so important is I think that you need to understand that educators are people of abundance.
Exactly.
Which means simply that we believe that there's more than enough for everyone. Meaning whatever I have to give, it's my responsibility to give so that someone else can reach their plateau, their level, their ability to seed into others. Because we need what everyone has to offer in the soil so we can all grow properly. So I'm Dr. Newton Miller. They call me Dr. Newt. And this is my gorgeous wife. She can tell you a little bit about herself.
I am Kim Miller, and as he said, we're educators, yes, elementary education, and we also teach online at a university from out of San Diego, but actually it's now, we're teaching online. So we definitely are educators, and as Newt said, we've been educators prior to knowing each other, prior to meeting. So it's just a part of our makeup. It's woven into our fibers. It's who we are. So we wanted to talk today, and I'm going to start and just thank you and God bless you for the opportunity. I want to talk first about the purpose of my books. The qualifying ourselves just kind of gave me the opportunity to come to this room, but the purpose for my books is, I think, the most important thing. And as I have on some of my books, From the Mind of a Child to the Page of a Book, I use the scripture, as a man thinketh, so is he. And so I'll say, so is she, so am I, and so are they. And we have to get them to think differently about themselves, or to think highly of themselves. So as a little girl, I never really felt or never really looked at myself as being smart. You know, I never really remember hearing them say that until I brought my report card home, you know, and I think that was just the way that they measured, you know, it was what they were used to. It was kind of like the mode of things. And it was the way they were trained to believe that was the only way you measure whether or not you're smart or not. And I would actually say it's just one of the ways that you can find out some information about someone. I believe that happened in our community because of the survival mindset and the mentality and the mode, you know, that was in families and things that they operated on based upon what they knew themselves. But I will say, although they may not have told me I was smart, what they did give me was a good work ethic. They gave me family values. They also gave me pride in my gifts, you know, the gifts that were within me. So like I was saying before, you know, I might not have heard that I'm so smart, but I definitely could hear something like that I was talented, that I could sing, that I was creative. And so the 3 words that I pull out of that was that talent, could, create. And so for me, my talent then could create whatever it was that I dreamed or I thought of that I could do. So I knew it was true because I don't know about you, but as a child, you know, when you did something well, your grandparents would either call you down to the living room in front of their friends and they would wake you up. So my grandma would wake me up to sing for her friends, and they would give me money. And in a community that did not have much, that meant a lot. That if they gave you something, it meant that they were investing, they were showing their value of you, you know, of what they thought you could do. So that was important to me. So they valued my gift, which also then made me value my gift. Yes, you know, it took some time for me to actually see the fruit, you know, but you know, I would say those things were budding. And, you know, those buds were budding, and eventually I could see it. However, it was important that it happened in my childhood at a very young age. So that's why I think early childhood is like the most important thing for me in regards to the books that I write. So the first purpose of my book is get the children early. Early childhood education is the absolute most important time of a child's life. It's their developmental days. You know, those building blocks when we start to build things on top of each other. So for my book, I look at it like this: the images that they see, and I say, become the light for them to see their potential, hidden potential. So the images that they see will help to lighten the areas that are hidden within themselves. The books that children touch become the way that they handle knowledge. And the words that they hear creates the schema that they form in their minds, you know, or the models that they'll copy and repeat. And the stories that children are told become the footprints that they walk out, and they become the examples, and they leave those footprints for people who follow after them. And then the last thing, which I really took a lot of pride in my classroom, was that the games that children play were the adventures, and not only the adventures, but the problems that they eventually solve by having the opportunity to talk and to work together and to think. So that was the way I kind of set my classroom up. And as I had said, as I say on most of my books, is that I started writing books by wanting to teach my students these things, which you know, shows you the purpose for me even starting to write, starting a book line. In other words, early childhood education is the pulse that helps us to predict how well students will do. So we've got to really be careful that when they're small, that we do our very best to pour into them. And there was a article that I read, it's NACI, is it NACI? NACI, that was written by Sanders and Phillips. And the article talks about African-American achievement gap and the importance of making sure we close, you know, that achievement gap. And in my first few years of teaching, that was like the buzzword. That's what I heard a lot. Closing the achievement gap. And I was wondering, like, how is it that we do that? And the only way that I could see it, I mean, I could hear what they were saying, but the way that I could see it for closing the achievement gap for the children who look like me, the Black and brown children, was to make sure that it was something that sparked their interest, because they weren't just going to pick up a book if they weren't interested in it. Yeah, you had to grab them. So I needed to create something, or I needed to teach something that would encourage them to embrace it with their heart, and then in their mind they could dream. So the 3 points that I want to give on that is that African-American children need to see positive representations of themselves in books. That was like the next big thing about the reason I'm going to write these books. First, it was to get them when they're young, and then make sure that they could see positive representations of themselves, because they've seen so many negative representations. We've seen so many African-American boys in prison. We've seen so many African-American girls pregnant and on welfare. And I'm not saying that you cannot change that. You know, if you started your life like that, you can change it. But we need to show them something from the beginning, I believe. Another point that I focused on was, how do I change the trajectory? Okay, we want to close the achievement gap. That's for schools, you know, but how do I help them to change their path? And for me, it was helping them to remember the stories that they were told. And remember, I talked about that, the footprints, you know, stories that they're told help to create those footprints, you know, for them to walk out. So if they're told stories that are positive, then they walk out those positive things. But if they're told stories that are negative and, you know, degrade them or belittle them, then I believe, and since that's what has happened, those are the negative things, you know?
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Those are underhand laid things that are laid out in their path for them to follow, and we have to change that. Me in my classroom, I felt like I had to find a different way. The next thing was what I read to them, what I speak, what I say to them, and what I share with them. They need to be positive things about people in their own culture, people that are connected to them, people that they see every day, people that they want to model or model their life after. They had to be positive things that they heard about them. So I would say to myself, what is it that you can do to close this achievement gap? You have to put something in their hands that helps to shine a light on their own abilities, their own purpose, their own potential. And I needed to give them something that they want to buy into. Just like those uncles and aunts who would give something to because they could see my value, so they would invest in. I had to do that for my children, for my students. I wanted to be the trajectory changer in their lives. I wanted to be the scheme creator, you know, the schema creator. I wanted to create those schemas. So that's what I wanted to do in my classroom. And the way to do that was to help them to value themselves and then to take pride in their culture and the community of people that they had. So when I was a little girl, you could never tell me anything negative about my grandparents. I mean, they were everything to me. I mean, they were the best of everything, you know, and that's how little kids are when they see their grandparents. They're excited about them. So for one of my final purposes that I thought about with my books was I need to give students something that reminds them of those warm apple pies in the oven, you know, that those family gatherings that they remember outside and hanging out with their family, those sleepovers where you put pallets on the floor just to stay next to your family, all the stories, you know, I needed to show them, I needed to help them to remember the pride of the family, the pride. Remember in Lion King, let me get some water. I'm sorry. But in the movie of Lion King, Pride Rock was real important to them. It was the home of the king. It was the pride of the lions. It was where the lioness were. It was where the family was. It was the way they functioned. It was their throne. It was how they were known. You know, it was their space. And they needed, you need to be proud of your space. And so I thought if children were proud of who they were, you know, if they were proud of where they came from, if they were proud of their family, if they were proud of those things, then they might want to be, they might be excited about reading more about themselves or other people that look like them. And that's what I thought was like a huge deal in closing or changing the achievement gap. The trajectory and the achievement gap. You know, so especially in our educational facilities. So I had to teach children how to embrace who they were. And I thought that was the most important. Children's experiences in the world of their families and the communities play a critical role. Just a critical role. So that, you know, the neighborhood raising me, you know, the village raising me, that was so important for me. I mean, I can go back and remember the people who inspired my life, who spoke just little things to me or said things to me that encouraged me. Those are the things that are important. And I'm proud of those people, and I'm proud that I came from that community. So we have to teach them pride and by first embracing the language of our culture. You know, I think about someone I spoke with who has a Latino son, and he's Latino and Black. And I would say to her, why don't you speak to your son in your language too? And she would say, I don't even use my language anymore. I don't like talking like that anymore. And I was like, no, it's so important because it's letting him know who he is. It's yours. It's something that belongs to you. And you should speak your language and this language. He can have it all. So I thought that was real important. So I would encourage my children in the classroom to speak in their languages. Teach me the language. And so I started writing words on the board that was in English as well as their language, because I thought it was important.
It's actually a good teaching strategy.
It is. It's definitely a teaching strategy. And that wasn't so big in my first teaching, you know, my beginning of my first, in a few first years of my teaching, that wasn't as big as it is now. And definitely here on the West Coast, it's huge. So anyway, teaching them to be excited and proud of their gifts from their community and their culture, So I think we need to make sure that we encourage them to speak their language and to be proud of their language. So what happens is, and I know this might sound a little rough, but our pride was stripped of us, but then we became the pride strippers when we stopped teaching our language, right. When we stopped being excited about the way my grandmother talked. She spoke differently, you know, she had her own creative way of talking. Why do I want to hide that? Why am I embarrassed about that? No, I should be proud of that. You know, African Americans have become embarrassed for our friends to hear the way our grandmother speaks. It's like hiding that Black expression because it's called Black English, or they call it Black broken English, or
dialect.
Black dialect, Ebonics. They look at it as being ignorant.
But the image that it produces is super powerful.
It is. It definitely. So I felt like in my books, I wanted to make sure I captured our own creative form of speaking because it's creative. So I thought about this: if we just continued to embrace who we were, and we remembered that our grandmother, who spoke to us that way, was taught by her grandmother who spoke a certain way, and by her grandmother who spoke that creative language. Keep this in mind. That person who taught their grandchild, also had this creative ability to follow the stars and find their way to a safe place. They could follow the mapping of the stars without words. So that tells you that the creative ability, that strength, that power of your culture and the way you taught your creative form means so much. And then those people who followed the stars to a safe place also had the ability to create, I would say the creative ability to adapt in any situation they were put in. They could adapt from Africa to here, and they could live and survive. Then they could adapt from one place to the next. And when they landed in that place, they knew how to carry out their vision and adapt there. That's creativity. So we should never be ashamed of who we are, ever be ashamed of who we are.
Right. So as Kim was talking, I didn't want to interrupt. I was supposed to jump in, but it was like, it's so always, I love to hear her talk with the passion that she has in teaching young people. So we're kind of talking today about us being lifelong partners as educators, but also for this Juneteenth celebration, why it's so important to present an image to our children in our African-American community of themselves.
Yeah.
So some of the things Kim said when she talked about getting her report card, she wasn't told she was smart until getting her report card. You don't mind me going back?
No.
Okay, so just to pull a couple things out. So when she was saying that, I thought about, so like who at that point was defining what smart meant?
Right.
You know, we and I'm just going to say my beliefs. I think that there was when schools were desegregated, which I think was a great thing. The way they were desegregated, or the forced desegregation, and how the Black schools were made to assimilate into the majority. I'm gonna use that word. Society or culture. Many things were lost. Many of the things that weren't ABCs and 1, 2, 3s that we were learning in those one schoolroom houses. When that took place, the definition of what smart was also transferred to another culture. So that was no longer in our grasp. We then began to define ourselves by someone else's rules or someone's instructions. And I think when Kim went on to talk about how shaping and conditioning our children by the images they see. Yeah. So if you think about it, one of the first things that happened in this country when Europeans took the land from the natives, they took the children from the natives and put them in schools, made them wear different clothes, made them not speak their language, gave them books to read, different things. They reconditioned the children so that the children could assimilate to the culture. So I'm an educator and I love education. I don't like school, but I love education. And I believe that it's a mandate. It's not a request. I think it's there's a spirit of education, I believe, that's released on this earth that we are supposed to follow. So I'm not against education. What I am saying is that if we look at our education system, in many ways, it is conditioning us to conform.
That's right.
Instead of releasing us and liberating us so we can think more openly and be transformative as we participate in, I'm going to say, the transformation of our world, find new, better ways to make new solutions.
Yeah.
So we have to ask ourselves, who says what's smart?
Right.
And we have to ask ourselves, so like who's actually, I wrote a note here and I'm trying to see, so who's doing the shaping?
Wow.
You know, so if I'm being shown images of what's right and what's popular and what I should be following, and those images don't look like me, who's actually shaping me? Yeah. So I think as a community, we have to take back control of the education process. Kim talked about her mind and being able to dream with the children, you know, releasing that in her classroom with some of her strategies and things that she does. So I wanna put this out there. When you talk about the black codes in history, before the slave code, well, they were slave codes, then the black codes. The first top three that they had, the first one was no weapons. The second one was you can't be educated. The third one had to do with marriage. Why those three? Because first of all, if I don't have a weapon, I can't defend myself. But that education piece.
Yeah, which is a weapon.
Yes, if I can't read, if I can't learn about things, then my mind is confined. Yeah. I can't dream. I don't know what I can be.
Right.
You know, I've just locked myself out of possibilities. So I think that's what Kim is getting at in with the children's stories. I'll talk about my book, but my work's a little different from the other end. But I just kind of want to jump in with that because I think what's happening is identity.
Yes, absolutely.
Is being, I'm going to say, stolen or shaped or formed in ways that may not be as conducive to especially Black and brown communities, especially from low socioeconomic areas.
Absolutely.
Where there's a whole different skill set that's needed to not just survive, but to thrive.
That's good. Yeah. Also, I just want to go over my books, and I do have them behind me, so I'll just talk about them from as they're posted up there instead of me pulling them down. My first book, Candy Kenya, which is here. I like to call this my small beginning. I was really new. It was my first time. I was excited. Nonetheless, my focus was for Candy Kenya to teach children how to listen to their elders, how to, and not just elders like listen to your elders, but listen to them. Listen with an open, with an open mind, because you can learn from them. So the focus was to listen to your elders and parents who are teaching you good habits and how to make good choices. Because as a child, you don't know what's best. You don't know what's best for you. So the characters in this book are my daughter, my cousin, who represents Candy Kenya, and she was a mixed girl. So I decided to dedicate this book to the school district that I came from New York City School District. My second book, Tori's Too Little, and I did the illustration. That was my first time trying to do illustrations. It teaches kindness and friendship and family relations and maturity. And it's about siblings, and we all know how siblings did mistreat you when you're the youngest sibling, but nonetheless, over time, it showed them how important those family relationships are. So the third book is Jayani's Letter. Jayani's Letter is a little different. Jayani's Letter is about children who are dealing with grief and loss. So it's written, Jayani is my Latina and African-American granddaughter, and I have 10 grandchildren. Well, we have 10, I'm sorry. But children who are experiencing grief and loss. But the beauty of it was Jayani could take Abuela's letters, and she could, the letters that Abuela would write to her, she could create what a family, a tradition of letter writing that would encourage her grandchildren and the next grandchildren. And this book encourages family relations, traditions, and cultural relations, because we've got African-American and Latina coming together to help to raise a child. Also teaches pride and success. My next book up here, Made to Be King, no, they won't. That Made to Be King is about fathers teaching their sons the valuable lessons of life. And I used an elephant who's the largest land mammal, as we all know, but nonetheless, it's afraid of an animal that's half its size and half its strength. This is a story my husband tells all the time. So the book teaches self-esteem, courage, the importance of fathers teaching their sons. It praises fathers and grandfathers and sons. And so there is 4 generations in this book. In the back, I have images of my father-in-law, my husband, my son, and my grandson, and they're all in this book, just showing them how to continue the generation of strong fathers teaching their sons. The next book is Zion the Lion, King of the Jungle. And this was written for my grandson, Zion. In him, he had some difficulties in school where he was called outside of his name. Nonetheless, Zion revealed this pride, showed this pride about himself. And it also talks about the pride that I spoke about before, protecting your community, your family, and making sure that you know who you are. So it teaches confidence, pride, family, community, self-esteem, and looking at yourself with a positive self-image, you know. Then I have Kimaya, the hyena hunter. And Kimaya is my third to the oldest granddaughter, and she is just fearless. So I tried to write it with their personalities. She's fearless, she's inquisitive. She has these characteristics that will take a world on a safari adventure. And it was to encourage children to use their imagination. As my grandfather taught me, the biggest nation in the world is your imagination. And it can take you all over the world if you let it. So Kimaya's book is to help children to embrace their unique, limitless qualities, because there is no limit to their qualities. There's so many more, but I want you to talk a little bit about your book.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, because you got some other ideas.
I do, right? But they're coming up, and we'll talk a little bit later.
Okay. So before I say anything about my book, just to kind of seam some things together, you can get all of Kim's book. They're all available on Amazon.
And they're also available on my website, and we'll post that at some point in time.
Right. So I don't know, what is your website? Is it Ami's World?
Ami's World.
Ami'sWorld.com? Okay. So my work's a little different than Kim's as far as education is concerned. I was a math teacher, science teacher.
So I get them young, you get them old.
Yeah. But I did start in K-12,
yes.
but with the middle school and high school, I'm not good with elementary. So I taught math, I taught science. I was an assistant principal, a principal. I helped start some charter schools. I did some work at the community college level. So now I work on the college level. I help to build teacher prep programs, and I lead those programs. So in the meantime, I give back to the education arena. My first book is Why Some Seeds Don't Grow, over my shoulder. So I basically wrote a gigantic metaphor where the students or the children we serve are seeds, and some of them are growing and some of them are not in our urban arenas. We see some flourishing and we see some not flourishing. And it's baffling educators, it's baffling parents, it's baffling mentors as to why. So I've had an opportunity to have a very wise father who was born in 1926, Durham, North Carolina. He lived through the Great Depression, the Jim Crow South, the Willie Lynch laws, papers. He segregated schools, fought in a segregated Navy. That man went on, despite all the odds against him. He earned his PhD, and I watched him get a couple of those degrees. As a matter of fact, his master's degree, he got it back home, down south, he said back home, at North Carolina Central. He would take me with him for the summer when he took his courses, classes. And sometimes there was no one to watch me. So he would take me to class, and I had to sit outside the room and wait for the class to be over. And you better not
move.
Yeah, you better not, disturb anyone, right? So nevertheless, I watched him get that, and every time that I watched him get something new, he would a new degree. Our standard of living would change. Yeah, so I had a belief in education from an early time coming up. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to show educators, mentors, and parents principles that they could apply. My book is not strategies or techniques or methods. It's about principles, and principles are at the core, the foundation of the strategy, which is the game plan, and then the techniques that you put in place to make the game plan work. So I wanted to give the whys, the reasons. I wanted to give that thinking behind why things would work or not work. That's what my book is about. I mean, I could go through each chapter is a principle. I talk about the potential, kinetic potential cycle. We have potential, but it doesn't mean anything till you put it in place. But once you put it in place and you get something done, you can't stop there. You have to restart again, and which is kind of an issue sometimes in our community. We get stuck on that past win and we don't do anything further. Specific seeds require specific needs. Accept only what you expect. You set the boundaries for what you expect. So I worked in urban schools, and I saw gigantic cultural gaps. And within those cultural gaps, I realized that it was that many of our teachers, in fact, one school I was in, 1,100 students, only 4 teachers, including me, were urban dwellers. And I realized that many of the teachers or educators didn't even think that the seeds were trying to grow.
Wow.
So one of the chapters is be aware that the seeds are trying to grow. We talked about that. We talk about now that you know they're going, you need some cultivating. So we as seed growers and cultivators, we need to grow as well. So we have to always be open to learn. So I talked about that's a way of life for us, and starting with the end in mind. But one thing I do want to take just 2 minutes or so, one of the chapters in the book, and don't be offended because a monkey is the character used. So when I took a course, actually we took it together. We had the same teacher doing, and he gave us a study that was done in psychology when there were 4 monkeys placed in the room. So those 4 monkeys were placed in the room, and there was bananas placed at the top of the pole. And anytime that those monkeys went to try to get those bananas, they were sprayed with cold water and they were shocked, right? Yeah. So that happened so much that those monkeys stopped trying to get the bananas, even though they liked them. They just waited for someone to feed them. So what they did was they took one monkey out of the room and replaced it with a new monkey. So now that second generation monkey saw the bananas and went up the pole to try to get them. Well, the other 3 monkeys, the first generation monkeys who had been shocked and sprayed with water, attacked the 3rd monkey and wouldn't let him go. That happened repeatedly until the 3rd monkey, the new monkey, didn't want to go up anymore. So they repeated that cycle where they replaced the 2nd monkey. Yeah. They replaced the 3rd first generation monkey, the 4th first generation monkey. So now it's all new, mind you, the 2nd generation monkeys have never been sprayed with water or shocked. They had no idea why the other monkeys were attacking them. They just had that bad experience of being attacked, so they wouldn't go after the bananas on the top of the pole to get what they want. So here's what they did. They then did the same thing, repeated the process, just to be sure. They took the 2nd generation monkeys out and put 3rd generation monkeys in one at a time. The same thing occurred. None of those 3rd generation monkeys would go up that pole, right? Because they didn't even know why. Right. So they uncovered a switch in the room. So now the monkeys could turn the switch on and off, meaning they could turn the water on and they could turn the water off, right? So when that happened, now the monkeys were in control of the external factors, but they still would not go up that pole. So a human took the monkey, put it on the pole, but to put it on the pole, he had to fight against that monkey. That monkey would not go on that pole easily, but still didn't know why, because now remember, these are 3rd generation. None of them ever saw a shock of water or saw, the cold water or a shock. But he fought the human. Finally, that monkey that the human was putting on the pole got on the pole, went up and got the bananas, and the other 3 monkeys were watching. So you know what they did? Once they saw that one could do it, they all immediately scurried up that pole and got some bananas. Why is that important? I think it's important because we have to make sure that our seeds are aware of their seeds. We have to make sure in our communities that our children, our youth, know what's in them. And despite whatever took place in the past, you can get up that pole and obtain your dreams, goals, and aspirations, whatever they are. But guess what? Education, that is your catalyst. That is that thing that's going to open the door, create a gateway for you And when I'm saying education, I'm not just talking about college or I'm talking about, tech schools.
Any skill set.
Mentoring, on-the-job training, whatever the case may be. So again, my book is Why Some Seeds Don't Grow. It's available on Amazon. I am 1 minute over in time for us to be able to, I guess, answer some questions.
They asked me some questions, so I'm going to go ahead and start answering them.
I'm going to turn the chat on so I can see them. But
okay, here's the questions. Book list. Yes, I'll post a book list. Thank you. The other thing was about race. Yes, I already have a book and I didn't want to go over it, but it's called Different Like Me. So I do have a book that I started. It's not done. The images are finished. Then the next thing was asked is, what will you say to grandparents? And I'll say to grandparents about your telling the stories, keep sharing. And sometimes the grandchildren don't seem interested. Force that time. Give them some tidbits here and there. Make them a cake. Give them something sweet to eat and just share a little at a time.
Right. So I think you answered both of them. Susan asked about the list, and it looks like the other young lady asked about
I wrote them
race.
down as that I saw them posted.
Right. Someone said, good word. I don't know if there's anything else, any other questions that you may have, anything that might spark you or something that we could answer. And if not, just put it in the chat. I have the chat up. I can see it.
The words.
Everything that they asked is over here. So I would kind of like to say, and we'll give you a couple minutes back, so you'll invite us back. But I would like to say to anyone that's listening, to anyone that's paying attention, of course you can get our books on Amazon and things of that sort. We're available. We can speak remotely, or we can come, however that is. My website is www.drnew2, D-R-N-E-W, the numeral 2.com. I don't know if you want to type.
And I'll post mine also.
You can type me in the chat if you like.
Dr. Noon and I'm sorry, Nicole. Yes. Oh my gosh. I just want to let the audience know that we are so grateful to have both of you on here and share your journey with book writing and the stories that are so relevant right now with our holiday of Juneteenth, and in our people, in our culture, in our history. We want to let the audience know that there will be 4 people selected, 2 for the children's book, and then 2 for the Why Some Seeds Don't Grow. The NAACP will figure out how to select those participants, and we'll get those books of their choice. 2 will be Why Some of the Seeds Don't Grow, and 2 of their choice from your children's collection. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions on here?
We do have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, 2 questions. The first one is, have you thought about writing a book for white children to support their Black childhood friends?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
Have you thought about writing a book for white children to support their Black children, their Black friends?
Wow,
basically?
that's really awesome. However, my book that I have, Different Like Me, I think it'll bring that connection in, but that's a great idea. Excellent idea.
Second question is, where can the book be purchased? I guess the book mentions.
So my books are on Amazon.com. Both of our books are on Amazon, but Newt has a website for his. I also have a website. It's kind of long, but you can also go to Ommy's World, and it's OMMYZ. Let me see if I can type it in here.
I can type what you type.
Okay, go ahead. Ommy'sWorld.com. Is it .com? Yeah, I'm trying to remember because I have 2 different websites, and you can get all of the books there. You just click the link and it'll take you right there. And then I have several other books on the way. I have like 27 besides the 7 I have here. So altogether it's like 34 books that are still in the making.
So we are, we're hoping that you kind of take our message of what we're saying together, two-pronged attack from the bottom up and from the top down, and kind of see how you can take back control of how your children are being educated. And what is their identity, and how you can use this whole educative process with literacy and things of that sort to boost their identity so they can pull out of them the greatness that's in them. So that's kind of our overall purpose, you know, to just kind of, you know, launch their lives now. And you have the power, you're in control, you're that gatekeeper that's able, that can do that. So we're going to say something, and I think I jumped in when you were about to talk, the moderator.
No, that's it. That was the end of the questions. Thank you.
Okay, I think you got them all. I think that will end our time. I think you got something else to say?
No, I'm waiting to see if I need to post that listing.
So I think I posted in the chat as well, amisworld.com, which is Kim's, where you can pick Kim's book up, and drnewt2.com, where you can pick mine.
But that's private. We need to put it.
So it went to the moderator, I believe. It did not go to everyone. So I don't know how.
I think we can copy and paste it and share it.
Yeah.
Okay, we would like to both speak with earthforkids.org and have a legal panel discussion on Thursday at 5 p.m. Oh, that would be awesome.
That would be wonderful. So in the chat, someone was talking about coming to speak at a different place. So I'm going to copy that and put it in the Word file, and we will contact you offline. If there's no other questions, I think we've given you 4 minutes back. We appreciate the time, and we hope that you grab some more so you can take with you to educate yourself, motivate yourself, and help you.
Matthew Bernard was suspected of murder, but it's not known why he stripped off all of his clothes and ran into the streets. An officer used mace to try to stop Bernard, but he kept on running straight at Lloyd Galden in a church parking lot.
I was just saying, good Lord, get me out of it, and I was fighting him as much as I could.
Bernard then took off down the road, where he was stopped by officers working with a police dog.
Again, my name is Rob Jenkins, and I'm the first vice president for the NAACP here in North San Diego County. And today we're gonna do a men's panel, but I'm gonna do it a little bit differently. I remember the times that my dad used to take me to the barbershop, and you know, we had the old man and the younger man that was in there, and they were always talking. They were talking about politics. They were talking about our economy. They were talking about the president. They were just talking about all these things. It was so awesome just to see the communication that was going on. So I don't want this to be formal. So I want you to, I'm gonna ask a couple of questions. So anybody that wants to speak up on the topic, please do. The theme of our panel is I am my brother's keeper, and the emasculation of the Black male and how to conquer it. So we've all seen the videos of the death of George Floyd, and that's the one I want to concentrate on today. So as I saw the video, well, let me digress a little bit. let me go ahead and introduce the panel. You can just say a little 30-second bio about yourself, and then we'll jump right into the panel. First, I'll start with Rob Howard.
Thank you, Rob. Hi, everybody. My name is Rob Howard, 30-plus year resident of Oceanside, former president of the branch. Appreciate the invite to have this conversation, and I hope that people are open to hearing some stuff that maybe they just don't want to hear, but need to hear.
Awesome. Thank you, Rob. Mr. Sumter?
My name is Teron Sumter. Been in Oceanside for quite a while. I'm usually the host of Juneteenth. I get to be on a panel and hang out a little bit. I've been a coach in Oceanside, Pop Warner. I am a member and associate pastor of the Rise Church, and I'm just looking forward to hanging out with the brothers.
Cecilio De Seuss? Cecilio De Seuss, can you hear me? Let's go with Reg Owens.
Okay, I'm Reg Owens, the retired president of the North County branch in ACP. Juneteenth was one of my biggies, and I was really proud of what we did in Oceanside for Juneteenth and the state of California. I'm a teacher at Palomar College and business management. I've done a lot of things in the city of Oceanside, and I certainly am appreciative of the opportunity to come aboard and to be a part of a continuing saga of Black men in the USA. And we're nearing now what I would believe to be a tipping point, and we can talk about that later. Thank you so much for the invite.
Thank you, Reg. Cecilio De Seuss, can you hear me now? Cecilio, if you can hear me, unmute yourself.
He can't hear you, Rob.
You got two in the chat room.
Okay. All right. Can you call Cecilio and tell him to chat? Okay. I have somebody working on it right now. But so I'll get back to topic. Today is, yesterday was Juneteenth, was celebrating the freedom of the slaves. But I want to talk about our topic, which is emasculating and how to conquer it. And like I said, the first thing I want to discuss is George Floyd in the video. Now, when I first saw the video, of course, I just felt humiliated, you know, and I just felt that it was me that was on the ground. And what it took me to was emasculating, or should I say emasculation. So as I saw that now fired officer on George Floyd's neck and the arrogance that he had on his face, that's the only thing that I could think of is I took it back to slavery, or how they emasculated the Black man in front of the women and the children during slavery. And that's something that they're continually doing today. So what I want to ask the panel, have you experienced being pulled over by the police, or for myself, even if a police officer is behind me, even though I don't have any violations, I'm not a criminal, but if I see a police officer behind me, I immediately have anxiety. So I want to ask the panel, has any one of you experienced that, something like that in their lives? We can start with Rob Howard.
Basically, you mean areas of emasculation? I mean, I haven't had the knee on my neck, but what I will say is I spend a lot of time in dealing with companies and corporations, and I'm in the room, and a lot of times I'm the only person of color in the room, not just Black person of color in the room. And you get to a point where you have to pick your battles. There are several microaggressions that happen. There are comments that are made. I know even in my employment, there were times where things would happen And literally the response from those who are responsible to keep me safe in the workplace is, well, I was concerned about what you would do, not I thought what the other person did was wrong. So it's one of those things to where it is a constant, those things are constant, because I think bias is infused in our society, and implicit bias is infused, which means it's something that people don't know anything about. They don't recognize that it's going on. So I think, but even at the end of the day, it's our response and it's how we deal with it. And I think if people learn nothing else, they need to recognize that it is occurring and it does happen. And the question is, we should formulate our plan on how we move forward.
Okay, Mr. Sumter.
Of course, yeah. As you can see, I'm probably of the lighter of most of our colors. So I've had the experience or the run-ins with, and we find ways that we deal with those things. And then, you know, I was in the Marine Corps. So while being in the Marine Corps at that specific time, in the late 80s, early 90s, we were in that point where the Marine Corps was trying to transition to how do you identify with blacks and whites. So they called us light green and dark green. While I was in boot camp, they didn't know what to call me. Do we call you dark green? Do we call you light green? How do we identify with you? So I'm sure many of us have experienced that aspect of racism and emasculation.
Thank you, Mr. Sumter. Mr. Owens?
Back in the Marine Corps, I have 30 years, 1956, and I certainly experienced a great deal. And as Rob, the only one in many cases of a specialized unit. And that carried on the entire 30 years. It didn't stop when I became in the upper echelon of ranking, et cetera. It continued to go on. In fact, we were in the company of those folks who were, at least primarily I was as a sergeant major, in the company of XOs, COs, and et cetera, of the higher ranking and command. And even there, you know, I had to, and Rob also mentioned something very important, you know, you pick your battles. And certainly having to pick the battles, you have to be not only pick your battles, but you have to be articulate. You have to know when to throw a left hook and a right cross. And one of those ways that I find to be very, very effective is through formal education. And if you get that education, you're going to be there. You're going to absolutely be able to defend in many cases. And I dare say, but I don't know the educational level of those who have been victimized thus far. And again, I think that's very important. My experiences go even beyond that in the civilian environment when I did have an opportunity to go on liberty, so to speak, and in most of the southern cities, you know, I was outraged. Certainly what I saw on Mr. Floyd was an outrage that relived again. And I think it doesn't go away. It's never far from the surface to begin with. And that fear, that anxiety is always there, even if you've never ran a red light or anything. But seeing that light up behind you, and it's red for a purpose, because psychologically, it enrolls you in anger and awareness as you're heightened, and you're tense in the whole shot. Again, even though you're not involved, and certainly with a knee on your neck, it spells disaster any way you look at it, and certainly in front of folks who can't do anything about it, and those who can do something about it, and they don't do it. And so I can emulate with him seeing his life flash before his eyes when he called out mama, believe me.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Mr. DeSuze, did you hear the question? Unmute yourself.
There it is.
Okay.
I just unmuted, so I had to come off and then come back on. But I'm just listening. I don't mind listening to, or if you don't mind repeating the question.
Oh, okay. First, I'm gonna have you introduce yourself, and then the question was, you know, when I saw the video, what that reminded me of was the emasculation of a black man. We take it back to slavery, and that's what the slave masters did to, us men, in front of children and the women and children. And it was just, if you know the word emasculation, it means inferior. And so that analogy, I want you to use of any experiences that you have had in your lifetime, of emasculation, no matter if it was being stopped by a cop or in your business or anything else. So if you can introduce yourself first, though.
Absolutely.
They can't hear.
Increase your volume.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? You guys can hear me? Am I good?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, my name is Cecilio De Seuss. I'm just a brother who's lived off the 78 the last 30 years. I don't necessarily have a super political background. I've coached for very close to 20 years now. This will probably be my anniversary this year, basketball, football. And then, so I know a lot of kids, and I'm involved with taking kids and kind of deprogramming them from how things happen inside of the gang mentality. And just really the stereotypical black mentality as a whole, because where I live in inland North County in Escondido, I notice a lot of the black kids in particular, because Escondido, San Marcos, that area is not necessarily a black area. They kind of look to the media and look to what is spoon-fed to them as to what being black is. So I have to kind of deprogram that and give them an opportunity to say, hey, you actually get a chance to start over, but here's some nourishing things that you'll need to know about yourself so that you could carry on. So it's like a lot of emotional baggage that come from their upbringing and what's expected of them. So keeping that light, but other than that, that's it, man. I'm here to hear and be some kind of a positive affirmation to inject into this situation, because I always keep my ear on the street and always keep my ear to the elders at the exact same time.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. De Seuss. I don't want to repeat that's what's been said over and over again in the last, couple of days, couple of weeks. So for me, I want to come up with solutions. And, our narrative is the same, no matter if we're in California, or if we're in New York, or if we're in Texas, it's the same. And ironically, I was at a protest yesterday in Encinitas, and I met a young brother, and we started talking, and we were almost finishing our sentences as it relates to police brutality in this country. And so I want to ask, our role and responsibility is to be leaders in our community, in our homes, in our churches. So I want to ask each of you, what are you doing to make sure that you are doing that in your family? And we'll start with Mr. De Seuss.
Take myself off of mute. I appreciate that. Well, first of all, I have to start with my immediate family. I have a 25-year-old son, and we've had long talks a lot about what I refer to you guys. Because remember, like, where I live in particular, it's not the hood. It's not a black concentration of humans there. So therefore, they kind of look to be taught at what they think they should be. And then sometimes it goes way overboard. So you have a lot of kids that are from a good area per se, and they watch movies or say, hey, maybe I'm supposed to be like this rapper. And then they have a misunderstanding of what society tells them to be. What I try to do is partake in that. And I've noticed amongst the thousands of kids that I've coached at this point in my life, they reach back for that. So whether like one of my kids said, hey, coach, I'm getting ready to get married. What do you think about me marrying this white woman? And this is a kid that I coached when he was starting at 7, and he is now 24 years old. And I told him, again, this is personal opinion, but I told him that, that shit don't matter what people think. And what matters is what's in your heart and what you're going to invest in society, because a lot of black historical facts are not brought along that teaching so that the kid can make their own decisions when they're 18. My personal opinion is if I do that from my standpoint and everyone else does it from whatever interaction they have with the kids in particular, we have a different set of kids, and they don't have to rely on social media dictating who they think they should be. That's whether you're talking about them being emasculated or that issue that I was telling you about, the youngin asking me, what does he think about me marrying a white woman, as if I would have any say-so in that. You know, if the man is in love, then I want him to carry that on, but the product of that love, I want him to understand that there's going to be a lot of resistance and he should be ready for that. But I think what we do in our immediate circle, so we'll just say off the 78, that's just where I'm at. If I'm at a gas station and I see a brother and he tucked in his polo shirt and he's gassing up, I say, what's up to that brother? And it's the same if he hops out as a 64 Impala and he's gangbanging, I still say what's up to that brother, because they've been abandoned because culture has taught us that that's somebody else's family member, somebody else's kid, they're alien, they don't deserve any teaching. And that's where I come in and say that we have to kind of deprogram what they've been told they are. So that's where I come in. I don't have to be Farrakhan to do my part so that Farrakhan could do his part, because the information is out there. So if I speak to the kid and he say, what's going on, coach? Well, I was like, hey, you live in Oceanside, right? Yeah. You know, my man, Rob, you need to look into that and speak to your friends, because we need to put somebody in a better position. I have to educate that kid, because other than that, he's just trying to listen to whatever songs there is and try to figure out a way to pay his bills, because that's what he's been taught he has to do. Get the money over morals and then continue with life so he could be thought of as a great hustler, a great businessman per se. And rather than alienate our thoughts on those kids, and I'm talking about the kids that are rough around the edges per se, we say, oh, look at this kid, he's in an engineering program and he's gonna go to Howard, fantastic. Yeah, well, we got a bunch of kids on the street, some of them are mixed, and they think they should be something, and we have to kind of edge them out and say, hey, I like that brother right there. He might pull his pants up, he might do something different, he might be an electrician, but that's a version of black, and I'm fine with that. Other than they think like every movie, some brother comes out with a strap and he's just bucking somebody, or the music I could only listen to has to be like hip hop. It don't have to be that. We almost have to de-stereotype and at the same time inject all the good stuff that you brothers are talking about and your life lessons that are so enriching. I believe that in 100 years, once the digital formats of storylines go away, it's y'all. Y'all are actually the books that they'll want to hear about, and you guys will be able to verbalize what your life experience was, because it's that enriching. It's just not celebrated enough. But I think that what we have to offer verbally to those kids is a whole lot more enriching than a meme, social media content. It's the talk. We literally have to do the groundwork, just like all these candidates are saying, we got to knock on doors to get people to think more conservatively. See, they know. They got to speak to people, make eye contact with people, shake hands. Yes, we got to anti-back. But I think that's where we all come in, because that's where we fit inside of this puzzle. So I appreciate your time and listening to me. That's really what I have to say about that.
Thank you. That was awesome, Cecilio. Let's try to, that was great, Cecilio. We're gonna try to keep it to 30 seconds to 1 minute. It's all good. 30 seconds to 1 minute so we can get all the comments in. Unfortunately, we only have an hour, but I hope what comes out of this is that, you know, as Black men, we can meet more and have discussions like this, you know, in a setting, you know, that we don't have to worry about nobody looking on us and judging us, and that we can just be real and natural, because that's really what I want this to be, is to be very, very natural and very grassroots. Mr. Sumter.
Yeah, I listened to all the comments, and you know, like Reggie had made a comment in regards to, and maybe I misheard or maybe I misunderstood it, but he was saying he wanted to know the educational level of the victims. And I mean, I've got 4 sons and a daughter that have gone to college, graduated with degrees, and I don't think my educational level has anything to do with being stopped or victimized by police. I don't think that has any bearing on how I would treat the police. I mean, a police officer walks into the car, he's not gonna ask me if I have a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. He sees that I'm Black. So he already has a preconceived or precepts in his mind on how he's gonna handle the situation. He's not walking up to the car. Even if I say, yes, sir, no, sir, he's already coming up with these feelings or whatever he's going through to handle the situation. And like Cecilio, you know, I've been in Oceanside and coached kids, and you see these kids who are prominent and doing things. They may not be superstars in sports or anything like that, but they're well educated. They're working in the communities. They're men and women who are taking care of their households, who are just like everybody else. And the question that we have to ask is, I mean, I'm not giving you a resume. Do I need to post my resume on my window before you stop me? Do I need to have my resume posted on my front door in my neighborhood so that you will treat me like you treat everybody else? Why can't you see me as a man, see me as a person, and treat me that way? You know, I think we've gotten away from, especially in our communities, where we teach young men. Again, I understand with the hip hop evolution, everybody wants to express himself. You got certain ways you want to dress, but you know, I tell a lot of kids, you know, P. Diddy, who's now Sean Combs, realized in order for him to make it in certain areas, he had to learn how to adapt or change the way he presented himself so that he could walk in those places and make those changes. I think we need to get back to that, where we are educating our young men and our young women. We're not taking away from you. We're not trying to tell you you can't be who you are and express yourself, but you have to be willing to adapt, to get in the situation, to get in those places to make a change. You muted, RJ. We can't hear you.
Rob Howard, unmute yourself.
And like I said, it's bouncing back and forth, but give me what you needed again. I'm sorry, because I was busy listening to when he was talking about what those politicians need to be doing. When we start talking about connecting to people, that resonates with where we're missing a lot of our growth potential. We aren't talking to people, and people aren't talking to us. And so I shared yesterday that we are invisible in a lot of places. And that invisibility makes it easy to be treated like an ally when you're invisible. And so, again, I can't let that get me down. I got to figure out a way to where I have to know who I am. And in doing that, that means we come up with ways to move it forward and not allow it to continue to emasculate us. And so that's why I tell people, right now is a time where we have to push on people, because we're being reactive. We are being incredibly reactive right now. And the question is, why aren't we being proactive on a regular basis? So that, because being proactive will make people uncomfortable, but it's not as uncomfortable as people are right now. They are really uncomfortable. Why? Because we're in reaction mode. And the question I ask right now is, are we really trying to make change? Or are we trying to stop the protest? Do we want solutions, or are we just trying to stop the protest? So you'll look at what companies are doing, statements they're putting out, and all of that. Ask every one of them, are you trying to stop the protest? Or are you trying to actually affect change? And if you're trying to affect change, then I no longer become invisible. And yeah, it's great you're gonna take the flag down, but here's the question. I can take the flag down, or I can take Aunt Jemima off the box, but the question is, why don't I have someone in the boardroom who made the decision to put on the box in the first place? Because for me, if the right person is in the room, it's like, yo, bro, can we have a conversation outside? I might want to have a little conversation about this Aunt Jemima thing. Might not be the right thing to do right now. And so it's about us recognizing where we are, because it's frustrating right now. Like right now, there's so much going on. It's like we're talking all these different groups. I'm all over the place. Why? Because there are not enough Black men in the room. There are not enough men able to talk. There's not enough Black women in the room, but at least there's a few. It's a few. Yes. And even looking at the chat, what Sister Williams is talking about. We need a seat at the table. And I'm gonna tell you, on some of these tables, you gotta push somebody over a little bit and get in there. And that's what I mean about us no longer being invisible. And it's okay, because together we can get there. And so I put an article in the chat for you all to read, and we need to recognize that it doesn't matter what level you are in this society. My cousin is the dean at the law school at Notre Dame, and he talks about what happened to him. And so about him watching his father be left for dead. And so it's everywhere, because at the end of the day, if they don't know you, you are still whatever they view you to be. And so it is up to us to own ours. We need to know whose we are. And so once we recognize that we are special, that God created all of us, we are letting men decide if we have value. And we should just, I mean, for me, it's unacceptable, and I'm just gonna keep moving forward with how I can make change.
Reggie?
You're muted, Reg.
Reggie, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, overall, and certainly Brother Sumter, I appreciate what you had to say there. And no, the resume does not have to be posted on your windshield or anything like that. But certainly you need an education that Rob is talking about. And I didn't mean for it to be a specific incident when stopped by a cop. You know, the fear is there with or without the education, that's for certain. But certainly Rob's point is very, very genuine and germane to our conversation. How do we get to these boards? And it is through education. And that's how we do it. How do we get the changes what Rob is talking about, and the changes I certainly see that need to be, that have to occur from what is law. If we don't get law, guess what? It doesn't happen. And so actually getting to the corporate and et cetera, those are the folks who, yes, they have money, they have influence, and they can influence law. And that's where we need to be as part of those corporate rooms and et cetera. It is law. The gains that we have made thus far in civil rights and et cetera has come about because of law was enacted. And that's what we have to get done. Change the law. How are they going to look at it? We're talking about changing something that has been in existence in 1619, the attitude towards Blacks. It ain't gonna change overnight, nor probably in our lifetime. We have to get to where it is. Where's the basic of that? How does it start? Where does it start? How is it fueled as we go from century to century on this? We have to get into that mindset, find out how that happens. Now, what does come about is that the whites who are in power, there ain't no doubt about that. You know, there's no such thing as reverse discrimination. But how do we manage to get them to the table? And I see that change can occur. We're on that tipping point to get that change made. And so how do we in fact do that? Well, we got to know ourselves. We got to know what is available. We've got to know from where they're coming from and what they need to change. We need to tell them how to change them because they're not policing themselves. We've been on the receiving end of a lot of trash and et cetera. But we don't tell them to stop. We don't get there. We don't get them to do what we want them to do. And the way we get that done is through law. And that's what I advocate, sir. Okay. Always, we gotta know where we stand and where we are in parts of the law and what our rights are. In often cases, we don't know that. And that comes from education. We need to know what those points are. We need to know how we can indeed. Can we sue somebody? Heck yeah. Do you know that you can in many cases for whatever the offense may be? And then we need to, my thought is, I meet it head on. When I'm offended, I go right to it. I'm too old now, I don't be holding my tongue. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So, I'll give you one quick for instance and then I'll leave it alone, Rob, okay? I was waiting for my car over at the Ford dealership, you know, and this white guy, you know, comes running up when I'm talking to the attendant, and he interferes with me and the attendant discussing my car. And I just said, whoa, wait, is this an emergency? To the white guy who interfered. And he said, no. I said, well, you get back in the line. You wait your turn. And then I got to the guy who was out, the attendant, and I talked to him. I said, what is this with you? I understand customer service, but all you had to need to do was say was, let me attend to Mr. Owens first, and I will get to you. Meanwhile, get to the rear of the line. He happened to have been a Mexican. Again, subjected to it as well. You know, we're not in this race alone, believe me. Okay, there are others. There are numbers, believe you me, and I'd love to have seen some Latinos in this. I'd love to see some Asians in this. A lot of folks who receive the benefit of our blood, sweat, and tears simply do not show up to the marches and etc. They don't contribute one dime, one iota to the gains that they receive because of us. And there's where we need to work it as well. Get those numbers to change the laws. I rest.
Can I add to what Reggie was saying? Reggie, I'm not disagreeing with you on the education piece. What I would say though is let's add to that, because the one thing as we're working at MiraCosta and we're talking with young people around the county, one of the issues we see is an understanding of how the networking happens and how the exposure happens to opportunities and expertise. Because I have a saying I share with them. People often say, it's who you know, and I don't agree with that. It's who knows you. And are we getting the opportunities? You can have all the education in the world if we don't get you access. And that's as the panel they had earlier where they were talking about financial, how we build wealth, access to capital, access to networks, access to opportunities, access to training, access. It's about access. You don't have access if you're invisible. They don't even include you in the conversation. They include you in a reactionary mode. And so for us, it's about us figuring out how do we come together and make sure that not just our young folk, but let's say I just got laid off in COVID, the economy is going to change. There's going to be people working at home. There's going to be more around the technology realm. And if all we are focused on are manual labor positions, we are chasing the economy. So we have to look at access. We have to look at opportunities. While the companies now are paying attention, let's take all those that are educated and help them with their access. That way they come in ready to go. But we can't leave them there. We got to make sure we surround them with a network. We learning networking and being open to having conversations with people regardless of whether we don't have to always ask someone for something. Networking is about increasing our network so who knows us. So yeah, we need to build on it, because if we're looking for solutions, we need to make sure the next young person has the opportunity and the next senior has the opportunity and the next middle-aged person has the opportunity. Why? We bring them all into our network.
Well spoken. You know, the polls are coming up, and
Jink, you're muted.
Okay.
Gerald, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Rob. And first of all, let me just say good afternoon, everyone. Sorry I'm late to the party, but I saw what was
Should have
going
been here
on, and
earlier, dog.
I told him, I said, hey, I'd like to be a part of this because this is a great discussion. A couple quick points I would simply make. And, you know, I know both Reg and Rob Howard had alluded to the fact that they've been branch presidents, and I know it's also the same for the current president, Mrs. T. Austin. And what I'm referring to is having a strategic plan. Right now, we've got people that are angry, they're marching in the streets, there's a reaction. There are a lot of white folks that are out there, to be quite honest, that are having an impact because, let's be honest and keep it real. We need those folks, those are the hearts and minds that have to be changed in order for change to come about. What part of our message has really changed? You know, we've been preaching the same thing about what's been going on for a while. I would refer back to, what has it been, almost 30 years ago when the Rodney King incident happened in LA. And that was the first time they had video. And folks said, finally, we got it on video. We got it on tape. Well, you know, the defense said, don't believe your lying eyes, and nothing happened. And so here we are over and over again with the same problems. So we have a moment right now that I say the iron is hot. But now that we've got their attention, what is it that we're asking for? So there, in my mind, in my personal opinion, there's two things that need to happen. First and foremost, we've got to continue to have these same conversations amongst us. What is the strategic points? What are the things that we as Black folks are looking for and are seeking? Number two, this has to be a conversation that, quite frankly, our white brethren have to own up to and realize that there's got to be an integrity change on their parts, and things have to change. And the challenge and the problem is those who have power are reluctant to give it up, bottom line. Quick example, and then I'll close on that. I'm also a retired Marine, and several years back, then Commandant of the Marine Corps, James Amos, led an effort to get the Congressional Gold Medal for the Montford Point Marines. Those who may not know, the Montford Point Marines are similar to the Tuskegee Airmen, Buffalo Soldiers, first Marines to enter the Marine Corps. Let me be clear. The Marine Corps was reluctant to take on African-American Marines when they first started. Montford Point was, quite frankly, an effort to discourage and hopefully in that experiment. But they went on to do so. Part of General Amos's speech when he announced the Congressional Gold Medal and some changes was he recognized what had happened to the Montford Point Marines years back, and there needed to be a correction. Something needed to be done to make them whole. Now, as he said, he was not alive then. You know, it was not his direct responsibility, but he had enough humility, enough humbleness to realize that, hey, he was in a position as a white commandant of the Marine Corps, the leader, to impact change. And that's what he did. And even doing so, it was reluctantly still accepted. You know, there's still challenges, but that's what's got to happen. Folks have got to realize that things need to change. And like Rob Howard said, it can't just be the systemic, or I shouldn't say systemic, but the superficial type of things we're seeing now, you know, changing this, changing that. We've got to have real things. And at the end of the day, it's going to equate to giving up some of that power and realizing that we're truly co-equal. And the irony is, at least everywhere I've seen where we've been given a seat at the table, we have proven ourselves time and time again to be worthy of that seat.
Thank you, Chair.
You muted again, Rob.
All right, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Hampton. So I just want to digress just a little bit and focus on what Mr. Howard had said about having a seat at the table. You know, Shirley Chisholm said, if you don't have a seat at the table, then I'll bring my own seat. But we got to be real. You know, in a perfect world, you know, we talk about apathy among black men, and specifically, I would say in North San Diego County. You know, we don't see black men coming to the table. And I don't know why that is. You know, we've had several organizations that have black organizations for men that has been disbanded, and even the ones that are still functioning, I don't see a lot of things that they're doing. You know, when we talk about churches, there's a lot of leaders in the churches. We talk about the deacon board, you know, and some of the other black leaders that are in the churches. What do we need to do to, you know, convince these black men that they need to get out from under their this supposed inferiority complex that they have, to get out and start sitting at some of these tables, start joining some of their organizations, leading some of these panels? What do we need to do? Anybody can answer that question.
I would tell you, just right off the top of my head, a couple of things. One, we continue to expect people to be in a place that we might need to do the invitation for them to be in. And so I think those who are in the organizations, as tough as it is to watch it, we have to continue to do outreach. The second thing is we have to ensure that once they come, the environment is productive. There is a plan. We are working towards some goals. And that way, when they get there, they feel like their time is valuable. If you're on a job every day, or you running your business every day and you're working, and then at the end of the day, you got, you know, a 3-hour meeting, what's the choice going to be? But if we provide an environment where people can come in, engage, we literally, people need to know that their time is not wasted. I cannot tell you how many meetings I've gone to, and after that meeting, I say, man, that is 2 hours I can't get back in my life, because it was a waste of time. And so one, yes, we need to do the invite, but even before we start all this inviting, let's make sure for our organizations, the internal structure is such that when new people come, because see, new people don't know all your baggage. New people want to come in, and like right now, I would even recommend for the NAACP to know that there are going to be people joining. Someone needs to reach out to them, talk to new members. What is it that you're interested in? As long as you give people something that they're interested in, and as Donald Coleman said earlier, where their passion is, that's a pathway to success. And so let's look at it from both sides. One, we need to do the work on the organization side to do the invite. The other piece is we need to make sure internally we have things in place for them to get involved in, because not everybody wants to be on legal redress. Some people want to do economic empowerment activities. Let's make sure we have a space for them. So I just think it's a two prongs to that we need to work on in order to be successful long term, and then be in it for the long haul. This is a marathon. This is not a sprint.
For you know, more progressive, and I think that happens with the members, and definitely developing those relationships. So I just want to take it in another place right now and just talk about, you know, some health issues within our community, specifically Black men. And I just want to know, why as Black men do we not want to confront mental health issues, i.e. depression, PTSD, anxiety? I know for myself, I have PTSD from my time in the Marine Corps. So anybody can answer this question. Why don't we confront that more in our community opposed to other communities?
I could chime in if it's cool. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Just something, I'm in Vegas right now. That's why I'm sitting in the car for, my daughter has a photo shoot, but it'll give you context to the story. So me and my wife had a few hours to burn through some things about that. We were talking about a few things that I had gone through where me, a fatherless child, did not necessarily have the reach for other men to discuss whatever I had gone through. And the ones that were available to me, there's a stigma around thinking that you're weak because you're depressed per se. But let's say you just can't get that job. Let's say you think like your wife is cheating on you. Let's say your kids are being knucklehead. I haven't been in those situations, but I'm giving examples of what men have called me about. And the discussion was about, well, who do you reach out to? And since I didn't know my dad and my mom had me at 14, I shed a tear because I wasn't able to answer that. Like, for instance, I've known brother Robert Jenkins for, I've known Rob Howard for a long time too, but I'm not really trying to holler at either man, and because of the concept of time that we were talking about earlier, to say, man, can't get this job, man. I mean, matter of fact, it's funny because last time I got into that conversation with Rob Howard, he called the nuclear power plant and he got me a job. That's an example of me taking the risk of gambling with that stigma and the risk of embarrassment that we give ourselves as Black men, that hey, it's okay. You need help? I'm happy to be in a situation where I can have that resource to help you. But he didn't have to have that resource. He just had to have the ear. And I don't know what it is that we do. This is a great question, but we do that to ourselves. We put ourselves in a situation where mental health is not important because we got to be strong, you know. And with my 25-year-old, I make sure that we have these conversations. He had a breakup from a 3-year relationship, and he didn't want to talk to his friends because the situation was more so embarrassing how it ended. And he wanted to talk to me. And I thought, man, this is great. You're able to talk to me. I'm your dad and I'm patient enough to talk you through it. But I just really didn't have that. And it's funny how at 47, I think about the very few people that I would be able to make that call because of that stigma personally and societal wise. That is a huge thing that we have to do. So if a man breaks down because he saw George Floyd crying to his mom and that stung him in a particular way, we need to not deviate from that. I mean, we need to burn it down. I want to hear why that hits you in a certain way. We got to be open to that. And more talks like this, more questions being asked, it'll give you different ears to be able to vent to. But the whole thing about, like, again, I'm just using me as an example of not being able to feel comfortable. Not that I don't have good brothers around me. I do. I'm blessed for that. But me feeling comfortable and taking the pride down. Man, the pride factor for Black men, regardless if you're in a corporate setting, all the way down if you're a janitor, and the janitor is not a low edge of the totem pole, by the way, but everybody's prideful like Kobe Bryant. Everybody's prideful like Michael Jordan. That's just the way we were raised, but we don't have the kind of makeup where, unless we're talking to a psychologist, we feel like we're going to tell them our story. And we have to figure that out. This generation, this exact generation, we have to figure out, why do we give ourselves such a stigma where we're not able to talk about taboo things or different nuances that are not brought up in the news, because the news thinks that either we're bodily subhuman because we're great at doing all these sport things, or we could dance and shuckle and jive, you know. And I don't have the answer, but I know that my ear is always open. I wish I could put up my text from a brother that I've known almost 35 years, who called me, and he started the whole thing saying, hey, please don't judge me on this because I know you're Christian, but I wanted to talk to you about something that's going on with me and my wife, and I just wanted to get your take on it. I had to tell him, like, right off the rip, bruh, I need you to do that. I need you to holler at me. Don't think about embarrassment. Just let me know it's between me and you, and let's get that off your chest, because I'm not trying to really have you go to work and do that. I'm not trying to have you speak to a policeman in a jacked up way because you weren't able to release something, and then we all know what the outcome might be to something like that, or what the outcome might be if that stress is not relieved. I'll leave it on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeSuze. Anybody else want to chime in on that question?
I'll jump on that, Rob.
Yes, sir. Yes,
you
sir.
know, as I was listening to his response, you know, it was right on the money. You know, that's a tough question because it is true. You know, there's a certain level of machoism. There's a certain amount of maybe misunderstanding about what that might mean or implications of if you're somehow compromised because you seek some sort of help, what that might mean in terms of jobs or whatever. So that's a tough one to crack. But as I was listening to what was being said there, I think that might be part of the solution. We all know someone. We all have someone that probably is willing to confide in us, or we have that type of relationship with. And I think if we collectively can kind of help break down those stigmas and those myths just amongst the people we know, then that might open up a gate to where folks might start seeking, you know, additional help if and when needed. But, you know, it is a tough one. You know, that's just something that within our realm of Black men, we don't do. You know, there's a lot of other things that, you know, you could post up there and it'd be the same answer. Why don't we prepare for death in our families? We don't talk about that stuff enough. You know, medically with other problems, why don't we get prostate exams and things of that nature when we know we need to do it and the statistics tells us. So I think if we start at least, you know, each one teach one kind of in that realm with someone you can confide in or someone who can confide in you, that may help break the cycle. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. I want to acknowledge and welcome Mr. Robertson to our panel. If he wants to chime in on this, you're welcome to do so. I just unmuted you. Can you hear me?
I think he's still on mute.
Javon, could you unmute him? Okay, we'll try to come back to him.
I think he arrived for the next section. He's on the next panel. I think he's just early, so that might be why he's not paying attention.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
There it is.
If you don't mind, I'd like to address that really.
Yes.
I, like you, I have PTSD from the war and all that sort of crap. And I've had prostate cancer. Now, that's one of the ones that Jari was talking about, prostate cancer. Where's it go way back to when men would not get a rectal examination because there was a fear that it'd be associated with homosexuality. That's what it was all came about. And they die absolutely believing it. And that's unfortunate. Now, I, in being my brother's keeper, I will share with you what it's all about in prostate cancer, having gone through it, having received the treatments and the entire thing there, and done the education to become knowledgeable about it. I will share that, and I will come to any format, in fact, to do that. That's part of what I believe is part of my brother keeper. I also receive lots of folks who come to me and talk to me about how to manage their lives, whether it be financial or personally. I give them the best that I can get. And I don't lie. I don't lead them down any trails of false hope and promises, just the truth. And I think that's one of the things that you gain if you come from the heart and discuss these things where they're coming from the heart, to in fact reach out to you and say, help me out here. I will be more than glad to do that. Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. I definitely appreciate your sentiments. And we got to start wrapping up. And I wish I had more time because I had a couple more questions and I had some things about economic development. I have some things about the church. And I'm just hoping, you know, with technology the way it is, and, you know, we're going virtual right now. This is our first virtual Juneteenth. And I think without, you know, a few problems that we had initially, I think it's awesome that we're able to do this, and I think we're able to reach more people because realistically, I think it's all about our education, and I'm hoping that we as Black men, we can come together more often. We don't need to meet in a physical room. We can meet in a virtual room and have conversations and just be open, just like Mr. Owens just mentioned. Because when we talk about mental health in our Black community and specifically Black men, these are things that we need to talk about amongst ourselves, with nobody else but amongst ourselves, because, you know, you might have another brother that's dealing with the same things that you went through. And so, you know, again, this conversation was about emasculation and finding solutions to it. And I think that we brought some light to some of the issues that we're dealing with in our community as Black men. But the conversation is definitely not over. So I just hope, again, we're going to have a call to action plan, and you know, I'll put together a couple of virtual Zoom calls or webinars that we can participate in and come together as Black men, and I'll try to get your schedules and invite more Black men to come on, so that we can be better fit in this society. So I'd like to thank.
Before you go, I want to share something that Teron and I have talked about is having conversation with our young men and actually inviting them, that because it's not so much about talking at them, is I think in this time we really should be listening to them to see where they are. And I think that would help develop their relationship so that we can be more available to them. I don't want to leave that without us having a recognition that that's a conversation we should consider planning.
All right, I appreciate that. And Mr. Sumter, he works at the VA, so if anybody needs any help, definitely get in contact with him. But again, let this not be the last time that we talk. So I'll be getting in contact with especially you people on the panel. And if anybody want to contact me or anybody else on the panel, just contact the North San Diego County NAACP. With that being said, thank you again and have a great day.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Love you all.
Hoorah.
You all take care, gents.
Hoorah.
Hoorah.
Those in the Navy.
Rob, what did you say?
You can say it too, Rob.
Marine Corps Uber.
In the Navy, you say, what time is dinner?
Marine Corps Uber.
What time you guys want us to get you there?
You're welcome, Rob.
All right, guys.
Bye, Jeff.
This is Sonia Robinson hosting the Sun Talk Radio Show, Sustainable Urban Network, Saturdays at 3 p.m. on GODRadio1.com for us to scale up our neighborhoods.
Tune in to Sun Sustainable Urban Network Talk Radio Show on GODRadio1.com. Get up, get out, and get green. You can't let Earth pass us by. You got to scale up our neighborhood, y'all.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to another day in Sun, Sustainable Urban Network, where we provide information to provide you in order for you to improve your quality of life so you can scale up your neighborhoods, such as a sustainable project. So a sustainability project, look at areas of environmental, climate justice, as well as we address racial, social, and economic inequity, with panels and specialists to chime in and provide their experience, their wisdom, as we move forward to improve our neighborhoods and our communities. So as we have the last few shows, we want to honor those and respect those that unfortunately lost their lives due to violence as well as racial injustice in our country. And so out of respect for that, I will name these names. We know there's many more, but just out of respect for that, we will give a moment of silence. George Floyd, Eric Gardner, Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, Tyrone West, Sean Reed, and Robert Fuller. 8 to 9 seconds of silence, please. All right, so today, our show today will be focusing on racial justice with the emphasis of Juneteenth and what Juneteenth means to us. So we have a wonderful panel to discuss these qualities of Juneteenth, where it originated from, and how it means to everyone throughout the country of the United States. So as we normally do, we have a normal cadence and rhythm to share information that's happening as we're moving forward to our discussion. So one of the things I wanted to share is a reflection. The reflection just kind of helps set the tone of the discussions that we're going to talk about. And so our reflection for today's show is coming from our very own respectful, honorable Frederick Douglass, who is a leader in a abomination of the emancipation movement in the United States. And so the reflection reads as, quote, "I prayed for freedom for 20 years, but received no answer until I prayed with my legs." So in essence, get up and move and do something. And we do honor those that are out there marching even today to bring about the justice that we need in our communities. Our very beloved Harriet Tubman, also a mover and a leader, an honorable leader of the civil rights activist, as well as an author and writer. And her quote reads such as, "Now I've been free. I know what a dreadful condition slavery is. I have seen hundreds of escaped slaves, but I never saw one who was willing to go back and be a slave." So again, where we're at right now, the climate of our country, we understand that, you know, no one is free unless we're all free. And so we are definitely moving forward into that direction to receive that. So as every show, we want to also share our Sun Enlightenments. And these are inspired by our modern thought teacher, Don Miguel Ruiz, his 4 agreements. We have our Sun Enlightenments. And our Sun Enlightenments read as, 1, be responsible with your resources. 2, take the state of the climate of our racial justice and social justice seriously. 3, don't wait for others, but do your part. And 4, give your very best and loving effort to do so. And in doing that, we believe that you will receive the justice or the scalability, improving your neighborhoods as we're talking about. Every show we have Fossil Shade. We also have those Sunshine Awards. Sunshine Awards are those that are championing the things of environmental, climate justice, racial, social, economic justice, as well as our Fossil Shade are those that oppose the movement that we're making. And so as before, Derek Michael Chauvin, date of birth, March 19th, 1976, the police officer that killed George Floyd, is definitely the Fossil Shade. In addition to our local Fossil Shade for this show is the County of San Diego that wanted to pass a fake climate action plan. Let's do better, County of San Diego. We can do a lot better to improve the lives and neighborhoods of those here in the County of San Diego. So we want to make mention that our Environmental Climate Justice Committee with the NAACP has taken a lead in the county towards protecting our solar customers. We're also moving forward with our racial justice letter. And so stand by for more information on that. So now that we have our panel here, I also want to make mention before I introduce them that, I don't know, did you hear that PGE was fined $3.5 million and they plead guilty to felony manslaughter with no prison time for those fires that's happened in Northern California. $3.5 million, and they did plead guilty of manslaughter. That's very important to note that. But no jail time? That's a thought, right? So Portland and the city council out there, they approved and cut $15 million from their police budget. So Portland, Oregon cut $15 million from their police budget in order to allocate it to other organizations that are doing the fight and helping to protect our communities. And I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you, Portland, Oregon, for leading on that effort. Also, another mention, please, everyone, stay prayerful. There is a lot of things that are happening in our communities and across the country. And there is a march that is scheduled to happen tomorrow. So let's stay prayerful. The City of Hope with Bishop Dr. Terrell Fletcher, Miles McPherson with The Rock, they and with other churches, they were out on the corners, what we want to call the 4 corners of life in San Diego, praying for our city. And so I'm asking for others that watch this, that you also pray today, tomorrow, and continue to make sure that God's angels are protecting those within our cities and moving forward. So our Sunshine Award, we got to give it up to the governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia and Pharrell Williams gave Juneteenth as a paid holiday. Virginia, everyone, Jamestown, remember your history. Virginia, that's huge, that's major. So they have a paid holiday on Juneteenth. So I want to give up the Sunshine Award for them. Our Assembly Member Dr. Weber with our ACA 5 to overturn Prop 209 for affirmative action. And as I mentioned, that any of those that wanted to rescind or not agree with those senators that appealed the Affordable Care Act, they get the fossil shade. Now, I want to make since today's show is about Juneteenth, all of our community members and organizations such as the NAACP and so many others, the Cooper family, they have their Juneteenth celebration, and so many other groups and organizations through our city, our county, and our country. You guys all get the Sunshine Award for the Sun Network. Thank you. So as we are talking about Juneteenth, I want to start off with our a topic supportive commentary. And it reads, Juneteenth history. This year commemorates a 155-year anniversary of celebrating Juneteenth, a holiday that recognized the last enslaved African Americans in the US being declared free. The Emancipation Proclamation was issued by President Abraham Lincoln on January 1st, 1863. However, the news of freedom did not reach Texas until 2.5 years later. It came by way of Major General Gordon Granger, who announced General Order Number 3 to the people of Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1965. And it read, Buki, would you like to read the second part?
People of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves. And the connection herefore existing between them becomes that between employer and free laborer. The freedmen are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts and that they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere.
So today's show, again, thank you, Buki, for that commentary reading. So for today's show, again, we're focusing on Juneteenth for our Racial Justice series. And as always, we have a theme song. And so our theme song will be played, and we will announce all our wonderful guests here that we have a panel discussion discussing Juneteenth in our Racial Justice series. So as our theme song is being prompted up, I will mention that we have Sydney Cooper from the Cooper family. We have Deborah Taylor representing many different states and organizations. We have firefighter Robbie Stevens. We have Dr. Darwin Fishman, as well as Miss Buki Domingos on this special discussion of Juneteenth. So this purpose is to elevate our Juneteenth awareness, to learn more about our history, and also pitch questions of how our listeners and viewers can gain more insight and support us, and why should they? And why should this be important to all communities of ending slavery and not just the Black community? So we will move forward, and the first question I would like to ask will be to you, Miss Deborah Taylor. Why do you think Juneteenth should be celebrated, and why is it important to you, and why do you think it's celebrated throughout our communities?
When I think about Juneteenth, I think about the first time I ever heard of it. I was a child between the ages of 4 to 6, And my father was telling us about Juneteenth and how it was celebrated in Texas. And our grandfather, Papa Peter Walker, he would be responsible for fixing all of the barbecue in the city of Wheelock and surrounding counties. And my dad, at 9 years old, he was responsible for serving up the Sweet Lucy, the red drink that came to be popular, and some people now serve it as strawberry soda in celebration of Juneteenth. Well, he was 9 years old. He was in charge of his Sweet Lucy station. And of course, 9 years old, you get to do and have as much as you want. And what did my dad do? He drank too much Sweet Lucy.
That was Papa?
That was Papa. So whenever I think about Juneteenth, I think about that, the first letter of June, joy, because it just uplifts me to think about the joy that the celebration of Juneteenth brings, the unity of bringing all of the people in the community together in Pueblo, Colorado. That was such an amazing time for us because it went from being a little street festival celebration at Simmons Downbeat to migrating to Bessemer Park, where every community came together in Bessemer Park and celebrated Juneteenth. Black, white, everybody, Greeks, Jews, everybody came together to celebrate Juneteenth. So that's the second thing, that the joy, the unity, it's necessary for us to proclaim our freedom. We can't just sit back and say, they did it, and that's enough. No, it's necessary for us to remind people about our equal rights and the tradition and the celebration. I think about how my babies, Tiffany and Shannon, marched in Juneteenth dolls in the Juneteenth parade that went from being small in the area of Mesa Junction all the way up to Bessemer. And the group would, so outstanding. They marched in the State Fair Parade, the Fiesta Day Parade, and thinking about the entertainment of the Juneteenth, where you played basketball and had baseball. And that's how my son Trevor got his name Treasure Trevor, because he was winning all the gold medals in every event.
Thank you so much. Sydney Cooper, the Cooper Juneteenth family. Would you please share with us why Juneteenth is important to you? Why is it important to our community? And why is it so important for your family to continue to carry on the tradition of celebrating Juneteenth in San Diego?
Yeah. So for us, it marks the day of freedom. And I would have to say, that's the first time I heard of the Lucy drink. That's cool. I really like that. That's awesome. Even though I've been celebrating it all my life, you learn something about it all the time. So I think this group is awesome. So, but for us and for me, I think it marks the march to freedom and to civil rights. In 1865, in June 19th, when the Union troops reached Galveston and set the last slaves free, that to me, that marks the day to not only our freedom, but towards civil rights and having a much autonomy about our lives and becoming a community. Our family, really, we took it from my father. My father was a businessman on Imperial Avenue in San Diego. He was from Redbird, Oklahoma, not Texas, but when he made it to San Diego, and he made it his mission to celebrate and educate the community about Juneteenth. And when he passed about 17 years ago, my sisters and my mother, who's still alive, bless her heart, she just made 90. She picked up the mantle, and we expanded it and made it a mission of ours to educate the community about Juneteenth and carry on that legacy for our father, who was adamant about we should be celebrating Juneteenth like it was July 4th. And so that's what we did every year. And so it's grown over the years. We're blessed. We have a foundation. We have a committee, and things like your show right here, it gets the word out for us. And I'm really blessed to be here with you guys.
Thank you so much. And speaking of 90th and 90th birthdays, I have to give a big shout out to my uncle, Uncle Carl Stevens, who turned 90 this week and was celebrated today with his frat brothers. And so his son is here, my cousin, Robbie Stevens. Robbie, can you share with us about Juneteenth and what Juneteenth means to you and to our community and how you celebrate Juneteenth?
First of all, I like what Sydney said about celebrating Juneteenth till July 4th, because I think it's real significant that a Black person was the first to die for the independence of this country, Christmas addicts. So, but also Juneteenth. I grew up in my mother's drill team, Denver, Colorado Steppers. And, you know, of course I had no choice. I was one of the banner boys. And so we marched in pretty much all the parades going on throughout the year. But of course, Juneteenth, I really look forward to it because it was about us, you know. And so coming up with that, I really enjoyed the drum and bugle corps. And I personally, I really liked the drum and bugle corps, and growing up at that time, playing an instrument was the thing to do. So I got influenced to play the drums. So I kind of connect, you know, the whole parade thing and the drum and bugle in the Juneteenth parade to kind of give me an influence to decide to play an instrument, and that was the drums. So tying that all into actually, you know, once I became a firefighter and remembering the Juneteenth parade and kind of being here as a native of Denver and seeing the change that was taking place, you know, because we marched from what was back then, you know, one of our predominantly Black high schools, routed down through the 5 Points. And there was a lot of history with the 5 Points, and then the Juneteenth parade, and then, you know, starting to see the gentrification going on. And there was a point there where they were actually trying to talk about changing the name of the 5 Points, but it's a historical district, so hopefully they don't win that battle.
Yes, I agree.
So when I became a firefighter, we have Colorado Black Professional Firefighters, an organization that was founded in 1978. So I made it a point to always be in the Juneteenth parade with, you know, the few Black firefighters that we had, because you know, with the hope of possibly influencing some young black men that might, you know, possibly want to take on a career as a firefighter, and it was important for them to see themselves in us as being firefighters. So that's kind of what my influence was.
That's excellent. And yes, there's a lot of history and a big celebration in Denver, Colorado, and just throughout Colorado for Juneteenth. Darwin, so you have backgrounds from many different places. And so I would like to ask you what Juneteenth means to you, how you celebrate it. You're from DC, but also you are one person that have literally been in more physical states than I have, that I personally know. I think your count is 47 states, and I think I have been in 40 states, including Alaska. So I would like to hear from you what Juneteenth means to you as you have, like I said, traveled throughout our country and have experience both here in San Diego as well as in Washington, DC, and any other place in between.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again, Sonia, for inviting me back on. I appreciate it. And just also, please excuse Buki. She's on duty. She's a nurse. So that's why she keeps bouncing up around.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. And for me, actually, with Juneteenth, putting aside all this my family history, one level just it always really strikes a very deep chord because my grandfather actually is from Galveston, Texas, and he's part of that migration west for Black folks, of course, coming from places like Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana, and then I have other relatives that are from Louisiana. And the other part too, I'll share, and it's a similar thing with the dynamics for us in the Black community. A lot of the stories from the South, my mom would not share with me in terms of trying to protect me, because like the thing about wounds, the pain associated with it. But my grandfather, what it was that he witnessed a lynching. And he was actually a shoe shiner boy, and he had witnessed a lynching in terms of he saw that these white mob was chasing after this Black man, and then later saw him hanging a rope. And because he saw that, of course, my family were terrified. So they sent him out. They got him out of the state, and that's why he ended up in California. And one of the reasons why, I do share that story, and it's important on occasions like this, like Juneteenth, to recognize that is that history and also how recent it is. I'm always struck as a professor that my other job, my day job, teaching in the classroom, how much the students don't know. And they get the thing about like Lincoln freed the Black people, that was hundreds of years ago, this narrative about progress. And so I appreciate about Juneteenth, but then we have to always do the thing about, it's an ongoing struggle. And I did want to also just share real quickly with part of this, because I was at a press conference yesterday, putting on my other hat, Carlsbad, about an incident with the police. And the part that I think is just really critical is that how we continue to struggle in the sense that we like to, again, with that racial narrative about slavery and then being freed, as if that for us has meant that not just that it's gotten better and there's progress in our society, but almost a thing where that is less responsibility for us and less work to do for continuing that liberation. And there was an incident with Marcel Cox Harshaw that was arrested by the Carlsbad police. And again, it's one of those ones that, like George Floyd and like so many of these, never needed to escalate, never should have been stopped. At best, they thought he was drunk. He was dealing with the paramedics. The police literally intervened. And literally the video, and that's why I'm sharing it, that it is on YouTube, is you can see they're pushing on his head on the concrete. And again, this harkens back to that image that we just went through with George Floyd. And I also bring that up because as a reminder that we also have a lot of work to do here in San Diego area too. And again, it's not something outside San Diego, some national phenomenon. And that we really should take this time with Juneteenth to also talk about our struggle, what we still need, and the work that we still need to do. So I did want to share that.
I agree. And I'm definitely going to officially introduce you guys. As you know, we were making attempts to integrate our show with the NAACP's North San Diego County, which is creating a little challenges, but we were still up for the challenge of trying to do that. So I'm going to ask Buki to share her thoughts, and then I will do as I normally would, just give you guys more of a informal introduction, because we're all family. So Buki, if you can let me know what Juneteenth means to you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for serving as a nurse. I mean, nurses are sometimes so underrated and appreciated. So thank you for being here as you're on call, doing your duty for us in the community as well as what you do professionally. But can you share with us what Juneteenth means to you, what it means to our community, and the ways that you celebrate Juneteenth?
So personally for me, I was born and raised in Nigeria. Left the country 17 years old to go to Benin Republic, also in Africa. So you can also tell from my introduction that I don't have much of a Juneteenth childhood. But what I do have is my late father was a diplomat. So he served for many, many years. So we had all kinds of friends come in and out of the house, and we had a lot of travel. in my childhood and my early adult years, which exposed us to a lot of reading and learning about different cultures. So yes, Juneteenth for me was my knowledge from books and what my parents and his American friends would share with us. And funny enough, from different perspectives, because he had some white American friends and some African American friends. So that was my influence of Juneteenth. And then I had more closer relationships with Juneteenth, the topic, when I moved to Germany as an entertainer, working with a lot of African Americans in Germany that were some were military and some were just, you know, entertainers and 9-to-5 folks. So that's my exposure to Juneteenth.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. So I would like to give more of a formal introduction to or informal, because like I said, we're all family, introduction to the voices that you've already heard. So we have Sidney Cooper with the, Cooper's Family Juneteenth Celebration. He's also in the financial industry and does a lot with our youth and our community just at large. We have Deborah Taylor. She's also a community advocate, a book club president for, decades, as well as she works for a global consulting firm. We have Buki Domingos. She is a nurse, and she's also had spent time in Germany, as well as she says she's from Nigeria and throughout the USA. She's a singer, songwriter, instrumentalist, a board president of Activists San Diego. She has a radio show, and she is a founder of the Racial Justice Coalition here in San Diego. And she has received many community awards throughout her time in serving her community. We have Robbie Stevens. He's also a family man. He's a Denver native. He's a CU alum. Go Bus, so am I. He's part of the Colorado Black Professional, what just happened?
I think we're still on.
Okay, can you guys see me? I don't know what just happened.
Oh, wait, I can see and hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. So we have Robbie Stevens, my apology, cuz family man, Denver native, CU alumni, Colorado Black professional firefighters for 27 years. And he's also a Phi Beta Sigma fraternity owner, patent product, the Big Push, as well as other community activist activities. And we have Darwin Fishman. He is an author, professor at UC San Diego, San Diego State University. He's also been part of the board of and conversations of race and a co-founder of the Racial Justice Coalition. He's a commission on the Juvenile Justice for San Diego County, served as a board member on the San Diego Community Review Board on police practices, and a very traverse traveler, as I mentioned earlier. So again, thank you everyone. Thank you for being here today. So another question I would like to propose is, what are some ways that you think slavery has still been, I guess, somewhat not all the way abolished here in our country, even though, as we know that Juneteenth is supposed to be the celebration of that. Can you express, I'll ask Darwin, as he started to allude to some of these issues of how slavery, we're still fighting for our freedom. Can you share that with me, please?
All right. Yeah, no, thank you. It's a really good question. And part of it, again, I go back to my my relatives in the South, Louisiana. When we go back for family reunions, I mean, they straight up will say that we have white relatives, but they won't come to the family reunion because they're worried about lawsuits. Wow. My relatives, we still have the property, and we're just out on the outside skirts of this town in Louisiana, the proper city where there's services or where the white folks are. So in that sense, you know, on one level, slavery comes alive every time I go to the South, and it's very apparent. It's literally divide land-wise, whose resources, why people are still in poverty. And I think, again, one level, especially here in Cali, we could take that for granted. There's other aspects of it, but it is that raw still in places like Louisiana. And I think that's really important. It's all aspects of their lives, for the jobs that are available to them, property that they can buy. And I think that's really critical. And it's not surprising, you know, that it's very much part of our culture, our fabric in our society. but quite often it's a thing where we don't want to talk about it directly. And I think that's really critical, especially also for passing down other generations, being able to explain that, and that weight, that responsibility is still there for us, and we still have a lot of work to do.
I totally agree. Buki, would you like to chime in and share where you see where our freedoms as within our Black community, that we're still having to fight for it, or where it's still relevant, even though, you know, we're celebrating Juneteenth that was commemorated in 1865? Come on, Miss Racial Justice Coalition.
That's a very complex question.
Very.
And I definitely come from the space of a Black woman who has 4 sons and who has been here for several years. And just a regular person in my day-to-day life, and looking at what is going on right now in the country and what happens every now and then. It just remains a struggle where I believe that.
How do you experience race here? Let's talk about
It's complicated.
Race
I don't know how to.
We'll come back. We'll come. Yeah.
It's really complicated because I am Black, yet not Black enough for certain spaces because I'm not African American. And then in other spaces, I am Black and African American to some people. So the complication in there is not Black enough.
I mean, but at the end of the day, anybody, regardless if they know your ethnicity, they see your color, right? So I think if you can address it from that level, so it doesn't matter if you're from the Caribbean, if you're from Africa, or regardless where you live, right? So just unfortunately, just by your appearance, you could experience anything, but we can come back to you on that.
Yeah, please come back. I'd like to think about that a little.
Auntie Debbie, I would like to hear from you. Do you still see that our fight for freedom is still relevant today, although Juneteenth, like I said, the celebration of it was back in 1865?
Yes, because the enforcement of the 13th Amendment. So when the amendment got passed, and it was 2.5 years before Texas even found out about it, that meant that we were 2.5 years behind from the jump. So just trying to constantly catch up from the original proclamation of freedom, it seems like we're always behind, but we can't give up the fight. The fight's not going to end, or we have to keep it up, because the only way that you can make a change is to be a change. We have to be the salt and the light. We have to step up.
Yes, I agree. I remember learning about Juneteenth even from one of my other aunts, and just the way she explained it, that how the slaves were already free, but here's these slaves, 250,000 slaves in Galveston, Texas, right? In this Texas area that was still operating under suppression and being oppressed and suppressed and being, enslavement. And those slave masters just chose not to let them know that the Emancipation Proclamation had passed. So here they are still operating under the slavery when other slaves had been freed. And then they finally get the news on June 19th, 1865, that they actually do have legal freedom, to
equal
work. Equal rights, and to work for wages and not be enslaved. And that just like blew my mind, like, man, that is jacked up. I remember being young and just thinking like, man, that is so foul that they just chose not to let them know, that communication to go down. So Robbie, I want to hear your voice. I would like to hear what you think about where we are at as far as still trying to obtain totally, true freedoms here in the United States.
Well, first of all, I think slavery affected everybody, us, of course, and also white folks, because they were raised and to believe a certain thing. So when you looked at the numbers, 155 years, that's not that long ago for the end of slavery. It's like, wow, really? And then you add on all the rest of the years that we were in slavery. While we're in slavery, you know, they're coming over here building the states and all this other stuff, and of course on the backs of us. So yeah, it's more than, I would say, more than 500 years behind. And also, the color of our skin is always going to be a disqualification, you know, for us to qualify for stuff or to get the best deals or the equal deals, you know, as our counterparts. And, you know, one day on the job, I kind of put this to the test as far as how we were raised to always work hard. We got to work 2 and 3 times harder just to get the same thing. I had one of my white firefighters, you know, and of course, I mean, I drive the rig, the fire truck. So he was sitting in the back, and the passenger was a friend of mine that I've known since junior high school. Of course, we're both Black, he's white, and we're talking, and I just bring it up, you know, and I ask him straight out. It's like, okay, so, so we were raised, you know, that we got to work hard and just to try to get the same thing. And I bet that you were raised to believe that you were better than us. And he agreed that he was raised to believe that, you know, he was better than we were. So it's like, it's all the way, you know, always, it's still going on today, you know, and it doesn't matter. I mean, we had a medical run, you know, going to help somebody. We're wearing uniforms, getting off a fire truck, and they don't want to let us in their house. So, I mean, you know, I think we just have to continue to educate ourselves and try to do a little better financially, get back to owning some stuff, bring back our Black Wall Street.
Absolutely. Sydney, I would like to hear your voice on where you think where we're at as far as really having our full freedoms here in this country today. Although, you know, the celebration of Juneteenth was back in 1865. You know, what are your thoughts as where we're at and where we need to go? I think he lost a little connectivity. So I'm going to open this up and want to know, what are your thoughts on, you know, given the history of slavery in this country, do you think Juneteenth should be a national holiday? Who would like to answer that question?
Can I add to what I was about to say before
I'm sorry. I think Sydney. Yeah, I think we're having some connectivities with Sydney.
I'm sorry.
Sydney, we have a little disconnect or connectivity. We can't hear you right now. I'm not sure if you have a full, can you hear me? It's kind of like that.
Oh, he's gone. Now I don't see him.
Okay, so Boogie, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, you asked the question previously on where we're at in the US as of today in regards to past. And I think
I
that
keep going in and out. I apologize. I don't know if you can hear me.
Are you there, Sydney? So Buki is now answering a question, and we're going to come back to you as you're trying to log back on. Buki, can you go ahead? Yeah,
I think it has morphed. So back in the day, and everything we have read and watched and seen before our time, before my time in the US, things were more overt and it was more on paper. And what I've seen is that it is not necessarily on paper, but it's very much alive. And that's why we have the demos and the protests. And that's why we still have the degree of police brutality that we have today as it was back in the day of King. So literally I have done things where I've played old speeches from back in the day and new people talking, millennials, Gen Zs, and the issues are pretty much the same. Most of the time, we're still trying to fight for equity. We're still trying to fight for our rights. And what makes it worse in our day is most of these things are actually on paper. Most of these things are legal. So that just makes it a more difficult battle to fight when the colonial master or the slave master gives you the keys, pretty much dangles them in front of you. And when you try to reach for those keys, they snatch them away and say, no, you can't have that. So that's the
Or
battle
drop
we're
them on the
fighting
ground.
today. Exact, drop them on the ground, and when you try to pick them up, they kick you down. So that's what we're dealing with. That's the best way I can describe what is going on today, because some may argue that, oh no, we've come a long ways, like we're able to vote and we're able to do such and such. But when they block ex felons or ex people that were incarcerated from voting, that's also another way of taking that power away. When they don't give certain people with certain zip codes the kind of education that other people with certain zip codes have, that's also another way of showing their hand that yes, we're still very much in control. So you can jump up and down all you want and think you're free, but the truth is you're never really free, because we hold those keys to the kingdom. And it starts from the top, because now you're looking at the Electoral College, and we know that Hillary won the popular vote. So how is it possible that we are where we are today? So these are things that we're dealing with in our society today that may seem different.
And I think that's a problem that you mentioned, the fact that some view it as a kingdom, right? And that's a problem, because when you look at a kingdom, and even as far as from a spiritual perspective, right? And from God's kingdom, it's supposed to be a democracy, right? So it's not supposed to operate like a kingdom, right? It's only supposed to operate by, with a democracy, with everyone having a voice. So I think that in itself is a major problem, that's some people's view in the way that things are operated. And so there's a different set of rules, if you will, unfortunately. So Sydney, now we have you live. We want to hear your thoughts. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So my first point was, I really like what Robbie was talking about in terms of economics. I think that, I don't know if you guys have seen that 13th Amendment, the document on Netflix by Ava DuVernay.
Oh yeah, it's good.
It is very good. And so the point that I take from that in terms of your question of us being free, if we know that once the Emancipation Proclamation was actually passed and the last slaves were set free, rights were taken away. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but rights were taken away. And as those rights were taken away, they were actually imprisoning Black men at a higher rate to create a labor force that was free again. And so we see that repeating through our history. So technically, I think we're all right in terms of we're truly still not free. And I think the economic part of it really drives it.
I totally agree. And I know my dad and some of the other, like I said, Robbie mentioned it, and some of other family members definitely share that same viewpoint that you just shared. So one of the things I wanted to share as far as my own personal feelings and thoughts about some of this, when I read in history about some people thinking that the world was flat, right? And that was the general consensus. They all thought the world was flat until we had some of those explorers, right? And expeditions start taking place, and they came back and they reported like, no, the world is actually round. And so there was still a population of people that still thought the world was flat. And even though with science was proven that the world is round. So I'm using that same metaphor because as a young girl growing up here in San Diego, as well as I mentioned before, my dad being in the military, having opportunities to live in many different other regions as well, my understanding with going to school, doing the right thing, this is the formula, is that people understood that we as Black people, we are human, right? That we have blood, that we're full human beings, part of the human race. even though you have some still thinking that we're only 2/3 human, right? So I felt that we evolved as a race of people, as a human race. My understanding is growing up is that people no longer think that way because they know now that the world is real. They know now that, Blacks are, competent and that we're human and we're valuable. And so as I got older and I realized of some of the challenges that I'm having is that while there's still a population of people that still think the world is flat, right? That still want to go, with the whole MAGA slogan, right? Want to go back to something instead of moving forward. And so that was eye-opening to me, and still trying to grapple that difference and why people see the Black community differently than they would any other community, right? And so that's the whole concept of that, the world is flat versus the world is round. And so based on some of those challenges that I know that we've all shared just being in this community, and Robbie, thank you for opening up of your experiences being on the front line of being a first responder, right? That some don't even want you to come in their house. That's a major issue. Can you describe some of examples of fortitude that you believe that our community, represent, that our community, exhibits? Auntie Debbie, would you like to share some of the fortitude that you see in our community?
The not giving up, the continuing the fight, to stay strong, to stay steadfast, to, make things happen. Okay. And even if it's, we've got to continue what got us here thus far and further. Because it doesn't do you any good to register to vote and you don't vote in the regional and local elections where you get your state representatives, where you get your state senators, where you get your school board. If you're not being active in your local registration and voting, you can't affect the national level. You got, what they say, it starts at home first. We've got to, is everybody in your family registered to vote and voting?
Right. Thank you for sharing that. Buki, do you want to share some of your examples of where you feel that our community exhibits some fortitude?
In organizing, for example, at grassroots levels, I think that's really, really huge. I remember when I was fairly new in the US, how people would like to just chime into federal, national election, national issues. Everybody wants to jump on that and rally and march. And when you were dealing with local issues, like carotid restraint or just dealing with, gang registration, people would, it was always lukewarm reactions. And now I think it's important that folks understand that, like Ms. Deborah had said, you have to clean up your house first before you can try to go out next door and clean the other house. So that's what I think is really crucial for a community, that people are learning that we have local issues, not to dismiss the national issues, but if we organize really strong on the local level, like we have used George Floyd in San Diego as a catalyst to push our local issues. That's the exact example that is, it's ideal for organizing.
I agree. And Dr. Darwin, would you also share some examples of where you feel that our community exhibits fortitude?
Yeah, following the local, the best example we have of our story, Monica Montgomery winning by 5 votes, just 5 votes the first time. So if anyone's got, 5 people sleeping that day.
Do you mean the primary one?
Yeah, city council, yeah. And she beat a 2-term incumbent, Myrtle Cole. So it's an extraordinary story about the whole thing about the power of local.
But Darwin, you got to remember the incumbent was the council president.
Oh yeah.
That too.
Yeah.
Council president.
Yeah. And Monica Montgomery beat her the first, this last time by 5 votes. And the thing about the 5 votes, why I'm just, harping on that, of course, is that whole thing about the power of voting on a local level. And we know now from the standpoint, there's a radical difference with Monica in office now than if Myrtle had been elected again. Politics does matter. But I did want to also just add real quickly, I think also what I would do is, of course, put a plug in for what Buki said about the collective part, us working together. Part of the thing that was so extraordinary about our work with the Racial Justice Coalition for 3 years trying to end chokeholds, making chokeholds illegal in San Diego, is it was a multiracial coalition. And people that didn't necessarily even sit down in the same room, we helped to bring them together through this organizational structure and empowering these groups, union platform. And during that entire time, not only was it the police chief that would not, meet with us, sit down with us, the mayor dismissing us, but a lot of other activists and organizers saying, oh, that's not how it's done in San Diego. Chokehold, that's here forever. You're not gonna get rid of that.
And that was my comment about, oh, you're not really from here. You don't understand. Like, you just don't come in here and change police policy. Like, who are you again? Like, no. Like, we have people telling us, no, I mean, how long has it been already? Just, just look for another issue because, and the police chief telling people in open meetings, and it's all over the news. Like, you can pull it up online saying, no, never. Like, using LA as an example, saying no, when they banned it in LA, crime increased by 600%. And people just telling us, hey, this is a military town. You people need to let this one go.
Yeah.
But, we prevailed, right, recently. So that's been very successful. Yeah. And so, Robbie, what are your thoughts, or how would you describe our fortitude as a committee in general?
I think we're doing pretty good. I think we need to keep on pushing. I think what has taken place with all the marching and protesting and everything that has gone global is pretty significant. And I hope that we can build on this, to expand in the other areas of, I'll bring it up again, the financial areas and the political areas. And, I think I reflect a lot on us as being Black Americans, that we need to probably, I don't think the younger generation, they're probably not in touch with this concept, but to understand that how we have survived, to go from, to be ripped away from our native country or our continent, and to come here and have no native language, no native culture or traditions or anything, and to come up like we have. And today, with our culture being the global culture that everybody adheres to or, gravitates towards, I mean, come on, we need to, get in on our own selves, because everybody else is, like what's his name, Paul Mooney says, everybody want to be Black, but don't nobody want to be Black.
Good point. So I definitely agree with our collective conscious, community. And I believe that's what everyone was speaking on, local level, organizing, coming together. And so I had an opportunity, yesterday we went to a Juneteenth celebration. We got there late, right? But it was still a lot of people out. And I remember just sitting back and kind of, to Robbie's point, I sat back and I was like, man, you know what I'm saying? Just look at our people, that even through the struggle, the challenges, the joy that we could still hold on to, and the beliefs that we would still, no matter what, just believe that we can move forward, that, tomorrow, the sun will come out tomorrow. And so I just think that the fortitude is like, I don't know any other race that will want to walk in our shoes, right? Want to experience, like you said, being stripped away from everything, but yet we're still standing.
Still standing.
We're still standing. So I want to get an
Still moving forward, not going backward.
Yes, I just want to give an open opportunity for anyone to share your feelings and thoughts, as we're celebrating Juneteenth, our community.
Yeah, let me just also say real quickly, I'm sorry Cindy dropped off. Cooper family event. I was on there earlier watching a Zoom, and one of my sweet memories from moving to San Diego, we had this joke with my other friends about we couldn't find the Black community in San Diego, and Juneteenth was the first event where we saw this huge Black community, and it was amazing, and it really helped me to feel at home. And I think, again, that's that part about that collective voice. I think that's so important that we come together and we have those celebrations. And I so much appreciate the Juneteenth here with the pictures and the history that were also included in the booths and being able to interact with people. So I think that's also really critical for us as we go forward, that we continue to do that kind of work and that kind of public work too.
I totally agree. Any other thoughts, Auntie or Ravi?
I just want to say what an honor it's been to be on the panel with everyone. And thank you so much for inviting me to share my Juneteenth stories. And I love you guys. And thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Ravi?
Yeah, thanks guys for inviting me to be a part of this. This was really nice.
Yeah, I also appreciate it. And so just sharing a little bit more personal history where my grandfather, well, actually both sides of my family migrated to Colorado, you know, but my aunt is correct. We came from Texas. So there's a lot of, you know, roots and experiences that our family had in Texas. And one of the things I've been fortunate enough, at least for the first few generations, is to know that all my grandparents on both sides of my family, they were high school graduates, and Papa was valedictorian of his class, right, Auntie?
Yep, he sure was.
And Gran was also of her class, right?
Yeah,
So,
she was salutatorian.
Right, exactly. And so one of the
Balance
things,
out.
Auntie, I thought you was going to bring up is where my other grandfather on my dad's side of the family, he, you know, went to school, went to the University of Chicago, got his graduate degree, and then migrated to Colorado and was a professor. You know, the university now is USC, but he was a professor there, and he taught. Auntie, you want to share that story where he had the first American
Studies class at
so,
what's now USC Pueblo. It was
right.
CSU Pueblo now. It
Right.
used to be called USC, University of Southern Colorado.
Right. So my grandfather was a professor there, and he had the first African American studies, and he would also invite my other grandfather to come and speak to the class as far as being an entrepreneur, right, and having your own business. And so I just want to thank that I had representations of both sides of my family here with me today, and want to just say that, you know, I believe that as we continue to, like we said, organize, unify, and mobilize as a collective conscious community, that we will start seeing the changes that our community deserves. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, darling.
All right. I see you guys back next week on Sun.
I'll see you on Sun.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men/women are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them being
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
The pursuit of happiness. What does racism take from us?
A pursuit.
You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up in spite silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet.